Oh, hey bitch. Oh, excuse you. Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Y'all, welcome and happy Monday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in pop culture. So, if that's a show for you, excuse me, definitely stick around because we got a lot of tea to spill today, including I got to give my overall thoughts on the new Silent Night, Deadly Night movie that came out over the weekend. I don't know if y'all know about it, but I'm going to give my little quick thoughts on it. Also, we got to talk about this Rob Reiner story. When I heard about this yesterday, it was crazy. And now more stuff is coming out. The son's been arrested. We'll break the whole situation down because he went and unalived both his damn parents. Freaking psychopath. But anyway, we'll get into that. And Donald Trump's stupid comments where he decided to make it all about him in regards of what was going on with Rob Reiner, how people just ripped him to shreds, including the ladies of The View and Jack White from the White Stripes. So we'll get into all of that. Plus, speaking of deaths, we got to celebrate the life. Well, we'll also celebrate Rob Reiner because he was one of my favorite directors. But also, Anthony Geary, y'all know, best known for playing Luke Spencer over there on General Hospital, passed away. So he was married too. He had a husband. So yeah, did y'all know that he was a homosexual. So he was one of us, yeah. So yeah, we'll get into that story. And then Jeannie Francis spoke out about it and all the other stuff, gave her condolences. So we'll get into that. Plus, we got to get into this rumor regarding Scarlett Johansson. Jeff Snyder went and spilled the tea and revealed yesterday, I think it was yesterday or the day before, over the weekend, I'll say. He revealed who she might be playing in the upcoming The Batman sequel. So we'll get into that. We got to talk about this Avengers Doomsday situation where they talk about 4 different trailers are going to be appearing in 4 weeks. Like each week is going to be a different trailer. And apparently one of the trailers already leaked online. So we'll get into that. Netflix, I don't know if y'all knew about this, but before they were considering trying to buy Warner Brothers, they were trying to acquire Disney. So we'll get into that team. Plus, we got to talk about Ebro Darden and them. They done canceled Ebro in the morning over there at Hot 97. So we'll get into that. He went in on them. He also went in on Drake because Drake was trying to be cute with his little snide comment over there on social media. So we'll get into that. Plus, speaking of beefs, Russell Simmons seemed to be fighting with his ex-wife, Kimora Lee, over something that she has said recently on, I don't know where it was because I don't watch her new reality show, but she said something and apparently her baby daddy clapped back. So we'll get into that. Plus, Lizzo looked like she scored a major legal win against them backup dancers who went and accused her of the things they accused her of. So we'll get into that. Plus, Tyra Banks is being sued for an abandoned ice cream shop that she was going to be doing. Charlie XCX and Kim Petras clapped back at MAGA Minaj over them transphobic comments she went and made on social media regarding Gavin Newsom. And we got to talk about heated rivalry because they just got renewed for a new season. And in addition to that, they had to clap back at some dude by the name of Jordan Firstman. I almost said Fist. I mean, gays and fisting, right? Jordan Firstman, who went and criticized the show's sex scenes. So we have that. Hold on. I had to move my coat because I was like, my coat, I was noticing was like hanging on the background. But anyway, so we have that and a whole lot more. So before we get to those topics, if you have not already, please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I hope y'all can hear me because um it's like I hope y'all can hear me because I was like I had to do a last minute audio situation, but it seemed like y'all can, so we good. Yeah, we'll get into all of that. Alex, and then yeah, we'll get into all of that when the topic comes up or when we get into it. So without further ado, let me hit my banner and let's get into topic number one. Let's talk about Silent Night, Deadly Night. So I don't know if y'all actually went to see the movie, but I don't know if a lot of people even knew it came out. I don't even know how much the movie, how well the movie did at the box office. Somebody can look that up real quick. Let me know in the comments. But yeah, I didn't have an opportunity to look at the thing. I saw the movie over the weekend, and I have to say, I thoroughly enjoyed this film. Now you know how I usually get when it comes to remakes. I don't particularly like a lot of remakes because usually when it comes down to it, I get annoyed with y'all will take a name and completely change up the narrative or whatever. But in this film, they did take the same premise, which was like Billy was in the back seat of the car. They went to go visit their grandfather, whatever, at the nursing home. Parents is going home. They get accosted by a serial killer, whatever the case is, and then the parents are killed in cold blood, leaving Billy an orphan. Then Billy goes and he's got this trauma from what happened with a man dressed up as Santa Claus committing killing his parents. So then he wins and dons the suit or whatever and goes on a killing spree. This movie was completely different. So I like the fact that they took the premise of the original film and added a supernatural element to it. I'm not going to do a whole spoiler because I want people to actually go out and see this, but yeah, there was definitely a supernatural twist that they brought to it that I absolutely love with this. Or the fact that there was a reason to why Bill, you see Billy killing these people. He's not just going off killing people for, killing sake. Around the holidays, something like he's got this little, how like where certain killers keep like a momentum or whatever, like they keep a souvenir or whatever. So he has this book that he actually, when he kills people, he has to take their blood sample and put it he has to lift up the calendar flap, whatever, use his finger, press down on it to put the blood stain in it. And I think it's basically something because if he doesn't kill the people that this person in his head, it's something to do because it's like when I was thinking about it, I was like, it's a cross between Dexter, Frailty, which is like one of my all-time favorite movies. If y'all have not seen Frailty, definitely check that movie out. I forget who directed that. Oh my God, Bill Paxton, I believe, directed that. May he rest in peace. I think that was the only movie he ever directed. Frailty is like one of my all-time favorite horror movies. That film, it had Dexter, and it also had a bit of Venom in it because he hears this voice in his head that's literally guiding him to go to these people. And then when you realize the people that he's killing, there's some deep, dark, sinister stuff that these people have done. So he's killing people who have done bad things. Hence why when you see this picture right here, when they go and say, you know, what was it, naughty or whatever? Yeah, it says naughty written in blood in the axe. So it's like when you go and you see something like that, it's like, yeah, these people were on the naughty list or have done naughty things. Hence why he was doing what he's doing. So I love the fact that they kind of brought this Dexter Venom type element in it. And I feel like they used the whole Venom thing was like, he hears the voice, like he hears the voice in his head or whatever. I like the way they used it for this film because I hated them Venom movies. I did not like any of them. I like Tom Hardy and I like the performance he gave with those films, but those movies was trash. And I don't care what anybody say. I mean, if you like the movies, you like the movies. But I thought all the films was trash. I didn't particularly care for them. But I love what they did with this. Now, as far as Rowan Campbell goes, I thought he did a phenomenal job as Billy. Like, yeah, I love the original film. The old film has a special place in my heart because it's a classic. But this film, I feel like if you've never seen a Silent Night, Deadly Night film and you want to come aboard this franchise, this is a good one to come aboard and watch and enjoy. So if you actually have a chance, definitely go out and see the film. One of the things I did hear about was that infamous Nazi sequence that they had. They posted a clip or whatever on social media. I purposely didn't watch it because I wanted to go in the movies and just be in the moment and be surprised by what was watching. So I saw like they posted up online, and I kind of wish that they didn't do that. But I get it when it's a small independent film, like this film, because they had what is it, Cinephile or whatever thing is behind it. The people that and also Bloody Disgusting. So you have all these people that's behind this film, and of course, what they're gonna do is they're trying to get y'all to come and see this film as much as they possibly can. So they're gonna post clips online. But to me, I felt like just go in blind, go watch this movie, and you'll enjoy it. Don't go late at night because I've always heard people say, "Oh, I went late at night and I was tired, so I fell asleep on it." I went to see this Friday morning, and I've noticed this is what I got to do with movies now. I have to watch them early because if I watch them late, I get sleepy, like I did when I watched that long ass 4 hour Kill Bill movie. Did last week. I was like, this movie is too long. When is it almost over? I started yawning. I'm starting to get tired. And I didn't get out of the theater for that one until midnight. So my overall thought, what I wrote about it was what I wrote on social media. The Silent Night, Deadly Night remake was awesome. Dare I say, I loved it more than the original, although the original will always have a soft spot in my heart. Rowan Campbell was a great Billy, and I love the backstory they created around his character. Instead of it being your basic slasher, Silent Night, Deadly Night offers layers to its characters, and you will root for Billy until the very end. Without giving too much away, Silent Night, Deadly Night is like a cross between Dexter and Frailty, and I also forgot to add Venom, but y'all get the point. Definitely on my top. Definitely in my top horror films of the year list. So yeah, with that horrible ass Five Nights at Freddy's movie that just came out, and people talking about that was a great movie. I'm like, really? As a horror connoisseur, that movie was trash. The script was bad. The character development was stupid. There was no like you killing people off screen. I'm like, really? This is literally like Disney. This is like a horror movie for Disney kids. Like if you watch something like that, that amateur style or whatever, you'll enjoy it. But for this movie, and yeah, I should also point out I think people were worrying a little bit because they were expecting the kills to be very much in the same vein as like Terrifier. It's not. It's not as brutal. It's not as brutal. Now there's one sequence where he smashes this guy's face to the point where you see like the skin hanging and stuff. So there's like a couple of little sequences or whatever where okay, it was a little brutal, but it's not as bad as like watching a Terrifier movie. Like it's not Art the Clown, Art the Clown insane. You will be able to watch some of the stuff and some of the kills. It was pretty funny. They even threw the signature kill, remember from the original movie where Linnea Quigley got impaled on deer antlers. They did throw that in there. It was a throwback, but it was towards another character. It was because of well, I don't want to say who, but if you see you've probably seen the trailers or whatever the case was, so you probably seen the kill already put in the commercials or whatever. But there's a whole situation around why it all happens and how he starts killing and stuff. So I just love the way they set the film up. I enjoyed this film a lot. I'm really looking forward to seeing this one. I might even go see it again before they take it out. But if you are a horror movie connoisseur like I mean, you love a good Christmas horror film, I definitely recommend go see Silent Night, Deadly Night, the remake. Rowan Campbell, I thought, did a phenomenal job. In my opinion, he's definitely like that type of actor that needs to be. I don't want to typecast him, but I would love to see him like stick with the horror genre because he's really good at playing like this tortured soul. Like to me, I didn't mind him as Corey Cunningham in Halloween Ends. I know a lot of people don't like that film. I am a Halloween Ends defender. I will defend that movie down to the ground. I know, like, and I've said many a times, I don't like the fact that they added this as part of this Halloween trilogy because it didn't fit within the story of you trying to tell regarding Michael Myers and Laurie Strode and having that as a thing. It felt more like you made her an afterthought, or y'all didn't even know what the hell y'all was planning on doing with that three-movie deal with Blumhouse. So y'all were just throwing baloney at the wall and seeing if it was going to stick. And then y'all just, whatever storyline y'all can come up with, you just kind of put it in this gumbo and expected us to accept it. And it's like, but wait a minute, you should have did what you did with the original Halloween, set all that up for your little trilogy and call it a day. But you didn't do that. So I love the Corey Cunningham story and all that with the transferring of power with Michael and all other stuff. It just didn't fit in with that trilogy of what David Gordon Green was supposedly trying to tell. But like I said, I don't even think they knew what they were planning on doing with that. They were flying by the seat of their pants. They were overwhelmed. They thought they could just sell us a story and then we were just going to go along with it. And people were upset about it. And so he delivered a great performance in that film, and I just thought it was unfair the way people came at him. But he definitely was perfect for this part, and he's definitely perfect to play Billy in this movie. And I'm looking forward the way they set it up. I'm excited for a sequel. So yeah. So at the end of the day, I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Have you been? Have you? Can't even talk. Have you seen Silent Night Deadly? Did you see it? What are your overall thoughts about this film? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. I'm well. How are you? Merry Christmas. Not tickles. People who pay to go to the theater just to for I know because I'm like, well, me, I have a list, so I won't feel so bad. But then again, I don't get it either because and my thing was I had to pay a regular ticket price. Like they didn't even cover the A list price when I went to go see that when I went to go see Kill Bill, the whole bloody affair. So I was like, I'm staying up. I wish they sold coffee in the movie theaters. Wait, don't see? I could have sworn when I worked at AMC, I used to make coffee up in there. So maybe I should have asked them. Cleveland saw it. I know because we had a little conversation about it. He said definitely one of my favorite horror films of the year. The actor who played Billy is actually decent and likable. I was rooting for him throughout. Oh no, I like Rowan Campbell. Like I said, I've been a fan of his since. Halloween Ends. Like, I know a lot of people didn't like that movie. A lot of people kind of just went in on him. It's like, oh, you need to go after David Gordon Green and Danny McBride. They the ones that did what they did with Halloween Ends. He just showed up and did what he was paid to do and went and minded his business. But y'all decided to go in and drag Rowan Campbell. But I was like, ever since when the minute I heard he was playing Billy, I was like, perfect. And that was only of because of Halloween Ends. If I had never heard of him or whatever the case is before then, if I had never seen that movie, then I would say something different. Debbie says this is my first time hearing about. See, and that's why I was like, I had to do that review, and I think I'm gonna cut that up and clip it and post it up, so that way more people will know about it. Because yeah, I don't think. Well, it also could have been maybe it's the studio that when you do like these small films, their budgets are only but so big, so they don't really have the money to be promoting this movie the way they want to promote it. So a lot of people aren't even aware of it. I hate when I see a movie and people talk to the whole. Oh, I do too. But luckily, I've been able to go to movies and check out. Luckily, people have been quiet when I go to. People have been shockingly respectful, especially in New York. How you doing? What's up? I've only seen the old one. Yeah, the old one. If you have Shutter, they finally put the original one up. And to be quite frank, that was the first time I actually saw it because I've been trying to buy this movie for years. I know Robert was like, they do have like the DVD or whatever. They released like a 40th anniversary or something, and you were supposed to send it to me if you were in the room. Oh, he is because I see him. Yeah, you were supposed to send it to me, sir. Yesterday, I had to do my last minute Christmas shopping, not watching Avatar 4 times. Me either. And we'll get to that story in a second. I'm like, it's not that serious. I mean, if I gotta wait a whole year to see a proper trailer, I'll do that. What you're not gonna do is gaslight me, MCU. Y'all desperate asses over there at Disney. Unfortunately, I didn't because I can't with her. I know. You like Wicked. One of my friends told me today while we was talking shit about another YouTuber that we know. I ain't saying who. Finding out some tea about that person. Um, what was I saying? Well, I was throwing in that little stray. um, oh, you said you came with heart. He told me he saw Wicked like 3 times. He about to see it a fourth. I was like, okay, well, you have at it. I know they sell soda, but the fact, and I did get a soda. I think I got a large soda because I hadn't eaten anything, and I was trying to figure out what I wanted to eat so I could sneak it in. So I decided I was like, let me go and get a so I want to get like the chicken tenders and fries with a soda. And you say, oh, to grow out of that phase. Well, no, not everybody likes what that look. There's some people that just don't like horror films, and that's fine. I don't know. For some reason, they provide me comfort. I'm a weirdo like that. It's like I will sit. I like action, sci-fi, and horror. I'm not really big on like. I mean, I like certain comedies, but they got to be like that old school toilet humor type comedy, like Scary Movie or something. It's banned in Arizona. Okay, they doing too much. Somebody they banning it in Arizona due to the themes. First of all the people in that movie that got killed deserved it. You said it was like what 5 parts? I think it was because who was it? Two people did rankings. My Lee from Drum Dums did a ranking of all the movies, and I think Cody Leach did um a, a ranking as well. I didn't see his. I saw Lee's, but I didn't see Cody Leach's. I was looking for his review of the movie. Somebody did. No, there was somebody's review of Silent Night Daily Night. I was looking forward to it. They didn't put it up. No, that movie was terrible. Say what? No, no, not that fat bitch. I don't be thinking about her. No, it's somebody else. Somebody who's a well-known YouTuber that does drag race recaps. And that's all I'm saying. And that's a good enough hint. Not sneaking in your pocketbook. I met him when I went to the celebration tour. Wait, who? Oh, Chauncey? He came all the way out there? Well, I knew him because we worked together at one point, and then we also did a podcast together. That was during the Robin Body Talk era. The gays love horror. No, we do. Her is my go-to. Not a big zombie fan or Saw fan. Well, I know I got to watch that trailer because I saw Shutter just dropped the trailer for Queens of the Dead. I got to find out when that actually comes on that channel. Not you talking about Bussy Queen. You still digging? I said, yeah. He said he went to see 10 shows and okay, well that's commitment. 10 damn shows. You ain't gonna be doing that no more. Can I move closer to the camera? How close you want me to get? Okay. Anyway, so look at you still digging. I told her I'm not saying, even though that was my fault. I should have just kept my mouth closed. But anyway, let's get into this story. Let's move on. Let's get into some heavy topic, and then we could probably just. I just want to get this out of the way, but I had to do my movie topic first. All right, so let's talk about Rob Reiner. So yesterday, I had heard the unfortunate news that Rob Reiner and his wife Michele were unalived. Well, first of all, the story that I believe came out was the fact that two bodies were found at Rob Reiner's mansion. They didn't say who it was. Then later on, the story came out that it was the famous, Well, I guess he is world famous. I mean, the filmmaker, and he was an actor. Remember, he played Meathead over there on All in the Family. Now, that of course was before my time, but of course, because of the era in which I grew up in the '80s and the '90s, being a child of the '80s and '90s, it was like I used to watch the reruns and stuff. So, 'cause that show came on TV before I was born. But I used to watch All in the Family. I used to watch all those crazy shows. All in the Family, The Jeffersons. What was the other ones? There was Different Strokes, Facts of Life. Like I used to watch all those shows growing up. I mean, there was a lot of shows that was in syndication and on reruns even after they was canceled. We used to sit and watch a lot of those shows. Did I say Good Times? That was my show too. So yeah, All in the Family, I believe was the Jeffersons is a spinoff of All in the Families. I mean, All in the Family, by the way, because I remember George Jefferson did appear on a couple of episodes. There was a lot of shows that were spinoffs of shows back in those days. Norman Lear was real good at spinning off a lot of his shows and giving everybody, opportunities. But anyway, so then the story came out that Rob Reiner and his wife was knifed up, or whatever the case was. I heard the throat was slashed and all this other stuff. So then the story started coming out that it was the son, Nick Reiner, who had something to do with, who has a series of mental health issues as well as has battled drug addiction for many years. And so his sister, Nick's sister, was the one who ended up finding the body. Now, the story also came out earlier that the parents and Nick were at a Christmas party, I believe that was being thrown by Conan O'Brien. And they said that Nick was acting weird. He was asking everybody there who was famous. He was being erratic. He was being, all kinds of crazy, whatever the case is. And Rob Reiner over the years has said many a times in conversations, there was even an interview that they resurfaced and they dug back up where Rob was like, because what was it? Nick, I believe, he worked on a movie with his father, and Nick co-wrote it. And I think it was based off of his issues with his parents, drug addiction, all that other stuff. And said that yeah, they were bickering and fighting and stuff, but he was somebody that at the end of the day could not give up on his son in regards of whatever was going on with him. And clearly, based off of everything that was being said, they was like Rob took care of his son, paid all of his bills, was trying to incorporate him in a lot of things, and it still wasn't enough. So a lot of people was like, to Rob, you need to show your kid tough love. You need to stop always trying to protect him or whatever the case is. But he's like, that's not in my nature. He said this in the interview that people have come up to him and said this stuff. And he's like, it's not in my nature to just abandon my son. And so literally to the very end, the very blood soaked end of it all, he did, and his wife did whatever they could to protect the son. Someone even said that if you look at Michele, don't she look like Penny Marshall? Because once upon a time, Rob Reiner was married to Penny Marshall, who was from Laverne and Shirley, another show I grew up on watching. So, and then she passed away, I think over a decade ago. I think it was complications of diabetes, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, so there was a lot of that. And so let's get into the actual People magazine story because they were the ones, shout out to them, who broke the news. Everybody else was talking about this other stuff. So between People magazine and TMZ, they were the ones that was going in with all the details. So Rob Reiner and his wife, Michele Singer Reiner, were unalived by their son Nick, according to multiple sources who have spoken with family members. Police have not yet confirmed the account. Also, I should point out this. It has been confirmed because this one came out yesterday. Today it was confirmed. Also, there was a story going around that Nick has posted he's on bail. Well, not on bail, but he was hit with bail. He is being held without bail. So he's still in jail. They're not releasing any bail for him. He is there. They're leaving his ass. If they could dig a hole any deeper, he'd be under the freaking prison. So Nick's not going anywhere. And they're not giving him bail. I don't know if they'll actually set one up, but if they do, who paying for it? The people that was bailing you out of everything, you took their life. So who's bailing you out? So on Sunday, December 14th, around 3:30 p.m., the LA Fire Department were called to the home to provide medical aid, the LAFD told people. Upon arriving, they found a man, 78, and a woman, 68, unalive. Sources confirmed the victims were Rob and Michele. Police say Nick, who's 32, was alive and being questioned. No arrests have been made. I also heard from TMZ, they said that Nick disappeared for hours after he committed the crime, allegedly. I'll say, even though we know you did it. Now, police said, so they said Rob is a director, as y'all know, and producer and actor. And, he directed This is Spinal Tap, which they actually did just come out with a sequel to that. I don't know if Rob Reiner did that or somebody else was behind that. But yeah, they did. I believe they came out with a This is Spinal Tap sequel or something. And then I saw they did like a re-release of This is Spinal Tap in theaters. Also, Stand By Me. Oh my God, that was like my favorite. Still is one of my all-time favorite movies. There's a loony up in Tokus. Stand By Me was one of my favorites. The Princess Bride, Princess Diaries. Princess Bride was one of my favorite movies. When Harry Met Sally, of course, the infamous orgasm scene. Misery. A Few Good Men. You Can't Handle the Truth. Like, there's so many iconic quotes that have come out of, like, with so many movies when it comes in, like with Misery, like I said, A Few Good Men, when Harry Met Sally, The Princess Bride, Stand By Me. So many quotable parts of those films. I always told you, like, as a kid growing up, Stand By Me was like one of my all-time favorite movies. I wanted to be who did I want to be in that movie? I was more like Will Wheaton when I was that age, but I wanted to be River Phoenix. So that was literally me, and when I would always revisit that film. So everybody knows that he played Mike, aka Meathead, on All in the Family. He was born in the Bronx in 1947. His father was legendary comedian Carl Reiner, and his mother was actress and singer Estelle LaBoste. Robert and Michele met when Robert directed When Harry Met Sally. The couple married in '89 before having 3 children. Now, previously, Rob was married, as I said, to Penny Marshall, who passed away in 2018 at age 75. Okay, so I was right. It was complications from diabetes. In a 2016 interview with People, Nick spoke about his years-long struggle with drug addiction, which began in his early teens and eventually left him living on the streets. He said he cycled in and out of rehab beginning at around 15, but his addiction escalated. He drifted farther from home and spent significant stretches homeless in multiple states. Nick offered people that he told people that the chaotic period of addiction, including nights and sometimes weeks sleeping outside, later became the basis of the semi-autobiographical film Being Charlie, which he co-wrote. I should also point out that there was some audio that surfaced of Nick where he was basically talking about the fact that he would stay up late, like he would stay up for days on end, I guess, in a drug stupor, as a lot of them do. When you start taking them hard drugs, people stay up for days. And he said he was in the guest house and then just started wrecking it. I started punching the walls and I started destroying the furniture and all that. So he was saying all of this. So when he gets into his drug binges, he would just start getting erratic, which makes sense because that happens with a lot of people who do all kinds of crazy drugs. You don't know what they're putting in a lot of these substances. But at one point, I'm just like, I totally get why Rob Reiner wouldn't want to give up on his son, and I'm sure Michele didn't as well. But it comes a certain point where it's just like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how I can help you in this whole situation. And shout out to Rob Shooter, who over there at his Substack, who went and posted an exclusive article where it said that even as their relationship with their troubled son grew more painful and volatile, Rob Reiner and his wife, Michele Singer Reiner, were never prepared to give up on him, a loyalty sources tell say that they would still be showing today if they were alive. Multiple family insiders tell me, well, as in Rob, the couple spent years financially and emotionally propping up their son Nick, paying all his bills, covering the cost of repeated treatments, and trying to keep him close to them no matter the personal or social cost. Saying they paid for everything: housing, treatment, travel, all of it. A source tells me Rob and Michelle truly believe if they just didn't abandon him, he'd be okay. Well, I totally get that, but there's a such thing as tough love. There comes a certain point, if you're not willing to get the help that you need, then I can't continue to enable your behavior, because they probably saw it as they didn't want to abandon him. You're enabling the behavior, and he took advantage of that. That's what I'm getting from it. He literally just took advantage of his parents because he knew, oh, they'd give me whatever I want. Oh, they never abandon me. And you get into a nasty heated argument with your father at a Christmas party. Yeah, in my head, I'm not thinking like, oh, he's gonna take my life. Nobody's thinking. Nobody like, you would never think that of all the people in the world that would actually just gut you would be your own children or your own child. Who would think that? I mean, the Menendez brothers did it, right? But I don't know if it's the same thing as what, because according to the Menendez brothers, they accuse their father of being a child molester, allegedly. But Rob Reiner, he always seemed like a pretty stand-up guy. I mean, I liked him. I liked a lot of his movies, and he was also someone who was very outspoken when it comes to politics. Now, speaking of politics, we're gonna get into what that asshole over there in the White House had to say in a second. But before we get to that, let's finish the article. They said they also, where was I? Nick was. They said they also insisted on bringing Nick along to nearly every high-profile event they were invited to, even when he wasn't welcome. They said Nick wasn't invited, but they brought him anyway. One insider says it caused tension because other stars didn't want to be around him. Sources say Nick's behavior was often explosive. He allegedly screamed at his parents in public, including at celebrity gatherings, humiliating them in front of friends and colleagues. Saying he treated them terribly, a source tells me. He would yell at them, lash out, and Robin Michelle would immediately jump in to defend him. That dynamic reportedly played out just hours before the murders. TMZ reports that at Conan O'Brien Christmas party Saturday night, Rob and Nick were involved in what sources describe as a very loud argument. Audible to multiple guests, Rob and Michelle then left the party together. Behind the scenes, Michelle had confided to friends that she and Rob were at their breaking point. She would say, we've tried everything, but even then, they still wouldn't turn their backs on him. And those closest to the couple believed the loyalty would not have wavered even then. If Rob and Michelle were alive today, one source tells me quietly, they'd still be defending him. So it's unfortunate this is where it had to resort to. Was like, yeah, I get it. You don't want to abandon your kid because it's like you love your children. But wouldn't know. Honestly, I wouldn't know what do you do in these situations, especially when you have a child that's so far gone, who's someone who doesn't want to get the help that they need, that are so prone to addiction. Maybe I guess they need the tough love, and you have to let them go. But he just couldn't do it. And now look what happened. So with that all being said, I know a lot of people didn't particularly care for Rob Reiner's politics because he was always someone who was very outspoken against people like Trump and all this other stuff. So of course, the orange shit stain had to jump on social media and give some weird freaking commentary post or whatever on live social, I believe, about Rob Reiner. And it's like, why are you even making this about you? I don't even know if I even want to read what this idiot had to say. But in case you didn't hear what the moron in chief had to say, let me read it. So it says, a very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling, but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away, together with his wife Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with the mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. I don't know who even came up with this, but okay, crazy. Somebody give the Alzheimer's victim his damn meds, because he clearly shit his diaper again. So He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals. Okay, I'm not even. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. This man will literally make you want to rip your hair out by the root. And I know you got a little system situation going up here. You got a bird's nest because you got to hide your bald spot. Luckily for me, all my follicles still have their hair intact. So um I can't with him and the bullshit. And Trump, what you need to do is you need to tread lightly because while Rob Reiner had one child who didn't like him, you got quite a few that don't like you. And y'all can sit up and say, "Oh, but they put up with him, they tolerate him because what else they got going on for him?" Why do you think that um, Donald Jr. bungee jumps in the white powder on every chance he gets? That man looks sweaty. He always looks greasy, and he always looks like he's bug-eyed. The eyes be bloodshot. So you know he on something. He does full on. He swims through. He swims through the book of sugar. So allegedly. Then we got the other one that look like Slaw from the Goonies. He all messed up. Then you got the daughter, who I wouldn't be surprised if she was. She was abused. If you know what I'm saying, I think you do. Your family don't like you. Your wife don't even like you. So tread lightly because the energy you put out there, especially towards people like Rob Reiner and making it about you better hope and pray none of your kids do to you what Charlie did to his daddy and mommy. So tread lightly, sir, because you say all this stuff dumb. And at one point, I'm wondering when are people going to actually call him out on his shit, like his own supporters? But he can do no wrong in the cult's eyes. But since they won't speak out, let me see. I could have sworn I had it. Jack White, I believe, had something to say about. Oh, yeah, I do have it. So, Jack White over there on his. Hold on, let me pull it up for y'all because I want y'all to see his Instagram. So, yeah, Jack White went into the Instagram. He screenshot what Trump had to say and basically posted the following. So, he said, Trump, you disgusting, vile, egomaniac loser child. Neither he nor any one of his followers can defend this gross, horrible insult to a beautiful artist who gave the world so much. To use someone's tragic death to promote your own vanity and fascist authoritarian agenda is a corrupt and narcissistic sin. Shame on you, Trump, and anyone who defends this. God bless you, Rob Reiner, and thank you for what you gave the world. I never even met you, and I still stand by you. Well, stand by me, stand by you, Jack White. And one person said many people lost their jobs just for posting about the death of Charlie Kirk, but the GOP will tolerate this unhinged rant about the death of a person who worked his whole life to elevate people and their stories from all walks of life. Well, that's because Trump is a chaos demon. Like he's never done anything to uplift anybody. He can't even uplift his dick into an erection without taking a supplement for it. And another person says someday he will be gone and the world will, well, I'll be there with my pom poms, my confetti, my own confetti. I'll be walking around with a confetti machine, just like go off. We're gonna have a cake. Oh, we're gonna celebrate when that motherfucker hit the pavement. Rob Reiner's life and work will be celebrated in perpetuity. The exact opposite is true for this stain on humanity. This man is an embarrassment, not only to this country, but to the very existence of him, who he is. So, with that being said, last but certainly not least, let's get into this clip. So, the ladies of the View went and spoke out about this whole situation because when I'm Wendy. Whoopi is really she was close with Rob Reiner and she knew Carl Reiner. She knew she was very close with the Reiner. So I already knew like with this story coming out, like it would really hit her the hardest. Probably in the same like level of her friendship with Robin Williams, if I can say. Like if Billy Crystal was to go tomorrow, oh, that would definitely sting her too. And I heard that Billy Crystal was actually at the house, not there when it all happened, but he went and visited the house and he was seen distraught and all this other stuff. So yeah, they all kind of knew each other. They ran in the same circles, as comedians, whatever. So, with that being said, this will actually be my first time watching this because I haven't seen it. But let's get to the clip of the ladies of the View. Hold on, let me see if I could adjust the audio so we don't get. something happening to the situation. Okay, so we're gonna watch this clip and we'll come back and talk. And if there's any ad interruptions, we're just gonna have to work through it. So bear with me and please hold.
There was so much tragedy this weekend, it's hard to process. Tributes are flooding in after news broke last night of the apparent homicide of Rob Reiner and his wife, Michele Reiner. Rob became a star in the iconic sitcom All in the Family and went on to direct beloved movies like This Is Spinal Tap, The Princess Bride, A Few Good Men, When Harry Met Sally. And I was lucky enough to get directed by him in Ghost of Mississippi. He was also an outspoken activist and quite a guy, quite an amazing man. And then there is what happened in Australia at Bondi Beach. At least 15 people were killed in an anti-Semitic attack on the first night of Hanukkah at Australia's Bondi Beach. Leaders from around the world are denouncing this act of hate and praising Ahmed El Ahmed, who is the hero that confronted and disarmed one of the shooters.
Now, before we get to the rest of this thing, I want to literally, let's marinate on that for a second. A Muslim man stopped a terrorist attack on Jewish people. So a lot of you Zionists that want to run around with this fucking narrative about Muslims, take all this in. Barry Weiss, folk glasses over there at CBS, still trying to perpetuate this this whole Zionist propaganda bullshit that you over there doing. So yeah, let's give it up to someone who actually is, a Muslim who went and jumped in to defend these people. So when you get these corporations and politicians who try to cause this divisiveness amongst us, let's take a breath and put all of that aside and realize at the end of the day, we're all human beings trying to just get through the day. So let's stop using a lot of our the racism, the hatred, all of our prejudices. I'm just speaking in general, and letting that overshadow the main things that's going on. While they sit up in here robbing us, and I'm talking about America, while these corporations and governments and stuff are trying to rob us, we need to give credence and focus on the fact that, you know what? Let's put all that aside and realize that we're all human beings, all trying to do what we got to do to survive, and stop letting these people, blindside us with and dividing us with all the racist rhetoric. But anyway, let's get back to the clip.
I don't know how to process this because it just, and of course then there's the shooting at Brown.
At Brown University,
Yeah,
two
at Brown
students
University.
killed.
I mean,
Gaza's population is on the brink of famine.
It's each thing in its own body is horrific, and this is this, I don't even have words. I don't know what to say. So I leave it in your hands. How are you all processing this?
I mean, I didn't know Rob personally the way you did. I just remember watching him on All in the Family with Archie Bunker, and actually having a television show that aired out these issues that families have. Archie Bunker was this sort of bigot, and then he's got this son-in-law, I think he called him Meathead, and they're having these difficult discussions that I had never seen on television before. But what do you, I know I asked you a little bit this morning, but what can you share about Rob?
Just he was a friend. I literally saw him the last time I did the Kennedy Center because we were honoring Billy.
Yeah.
And this is when Billy got the Mark Twain Award, but we were together quite a bit, and he was a wonderful director and a guy who was a stand-up guy, and he fought for the stuff that was right.
Yeah, he was such an activist. I was reading about how he, definitely helped to pass legislation about same-sex marriage, which is so important. Was helping pass legislation with educating our young people, universal pre-K, things like that. And then I hate to put a downer on it and make it political, but President Trump texted yesterday and said,
Don't read it. Just tell him that it's there.
He talked about Trump, that he died because of Trump derangement syndrome. And I just don't think that that's something that we should be hearing about. I think we should be saddened by the gun violence that we're seeing. I used to think that gun violence was just an American phenomenon, and now we see this sort of anti-Semitic attack in Australia
on the first day of
Hanukkah, which is so disgusting and disturbing. And then, kids going to college at Brown in the middle of finals, getting murdered. What are those families going through? Why all of this sickness and hatred going around the world, not just
Well,
in
and
this
it's all
country.
awful in its own lanes. I want to speak to the Australia thing. We're seeing a massive uprising of anti-Semitism globally, but in this country, there's a divide on the right now.
I don't care what she. I'm
wanna
sorry.
also
I don't.
say that,
I can't. I cannot stand her. I'm going to have to go through what she has to say. I don't want to hear her Zionist bullshit. Let's get to Anna because she came with the read of all reads. Sorry.
University news broke on Friday, I immediately called a good friend of mine who's got a son there.
Yeah.
Her son was sheltering in place, terrified in his dorm room. That lasted for 12 hours. He is now home. The semester was over. They were in the middle of exams. But something that really hit me was there was actually a survivor, Zoe Wiseman, of the Parkland shooting in Florida,
Yeah.
who
She
was
had
a
been-
student at Brown
She got
University.
shot.
How much have we failed our youth
Yeah.
that there are children out there who are now survivors of 2 mass shootings? And, you know, on Rob Reiner, I just want to say, one day I looked at my ex and he had slipped into my DMs because he
Rob
watches.
Reiner slipped into your
Yeah, he
DMs?
watched
Oh.
news. He knew everything that was going on at the same time that he was making brilliant film work.
Yeah.
He was also deeply engaged. There wasn't a cause he didn't care about. He cared about immigrants. He cared about equality and justice. He spoke up in defense of democracy at a time when so many in the media industry, so many with a platform are afraid to speak. He put his money and his mouth where his heart was. And for Trump to have put that out today, I'm going to say it. You know, damn it, there's an American family grieving.
Yeah.
This is a tragedy, not just for the family, but for all who knew and loved him. And for the president of the United States to make this about him and a way to attack Rob Reiner because he exercised his American right to speak up with what he disagreed with is shameful, is disgraceful. And out of all the disgusting things that Donald Trump has done, this is right up there.
Yeah.
And I would
So I feel like we all got the gist. We don't need to hear what anybody else has to say in this whole situation. Shout out to Rob Reiner. May he rest in peace. And that was one of the things I also liked about him too, was not only because he made a lot of great films that I resonated with and I absolutely loved, but he was also very outspoken. He was not afraid to speak out against what, you know, the injustices of the world, especially when it came to American politics. So if snowflakes want to get all upset about the fact that they feelings are hurt because you're saying something negative about me. If you got thin skin, oh well, get over it. If you're going to be in a place of power, if you're going to be in a place where you're going to be dealing with lots of people, you're going to have to deal with people who don't like the things that you do. I deal with it here with this show, with some people don't like some of the things that I say, and people jump in the comments and try to troll, and I got to cuss their ass out and then block them. But it's a part of the game, and if you're somebody who's thin skinned and can't deal with the heat of it all, then you just need to go. I was like, Alyssa was going to talk. I really don't care what she has to say. I can't take her, and I damn sure can't take Sarah Haynes. That's why I was like, I'm fast forwarding through her because I don't know what happened to Sarah. It's like after she had that third child, the bitch got stupid. So, and I know some people get mad. Please stop using derogatory words toward women. Oh, you thinking you exempt because you were opposite gender? You say something stupid, you getting cursed out. I don't care who it is. So, with all that being said, shout out to you, Nick. I mean, not Nick. Fuck you. You can rot in jail for all I care. Rest in peace, Rob Reiner. Rest in peace, Michele. It's always sad when it's like the people who do so much good in the world end up being taken, and then we always get stuck with the assholes. They always get to hold on for long. Why are you forsaking us, sir? But I know we're not supposed to question the man upstairs. But anyway, so I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? There's probably a method to the man upstairs madness, but there's probably a method to his madness as to why you know who is still here making the comments that he's making. So I definitely want to hear from y'all, whatever your thoughts are on this matter. In the latest on it, because I'm sure more will be coming out as you know the days go by, and I'll definitely be up on it. And if then any more developments comes out, if any more of the story comes out, and all that good stuff. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your overall thoughts on this story in the comments down below. Oh Lord, let's see what the people is saying. Oh my God, why is there's so many comments in here? Uh, 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 uh. Oh yeah. That's lovely. You said the tea was spilling all night with this. Mm-hmm. Not Florence Johnson. You said him and Rob had an argument. Yes, I know. I'm reporting the story and you're putting it in here. You said All in the Family, spun off Jefferson's, More Good Times. But yeah, there was a lot of shows that they were spinning off. Um, this story hurts my heart so much. Nobody deserves to pass that way. No, they don't. No real parent could abandon their kids. Absolutely. People love heart. It was in Taxi too. I did love that show though. First of all, Taxi was a show where I was like, I had a crush on Tony Danza. I know it makes me sound like I'm wiser beyond my years, and maybe I am, but I was like, Tony Danza and them tight jeans. I was like, okay. Okay. Your mama, I'll say that. And now you're banned. I said, don't come in here with that bullshit, pussy asshole. You said, good to know you're a Princess Diaries fan. I'm in Princess Bride, but I do like Princess Diaries. I like Princess Diaries, but I'm in Princess Bride. You said there's a special place in hell. Yes, it is. No, there ain't even a place hot enough to put his ugly orange ass. That's an ugly ass man. And you said the fact 45 to 47 used Robert. He always makes it about himself. And the overall narcissism of it all wasn't understandable. And if you're going to be up in here defending, you're a bigger fucking idiot than he is. And you said, well, understand well, Reiner was always talking negative. Okay, and half the shit well, not half, all the shit he says relies on negativity. So it's funny how y'all like to say, well, goes around, comes around. But when somebody comes after people y'all like, then it's, you want to move the goalposts. No, you don't get to pick and choose and flip flop and all that other bullshit. Take that comment and shove it up your ass, stupid. Now you're banned too. I tell you, I got time today. You know, I love going through comments and cussing people out before I block their ass. No, they're real delusional. He was being real delusional. And said, and one of the things about Rob Reiner, he talks about politics in general. He's not talking, he wasn't specific. Maybe he was specific when it came to certain things Donald Trump does. I mean, we have every right to when you go over in here and literally just deporting everyone without due process, when you're going around here doing a mass genocide of people because they paid you millions so that they can do it, when you're going and gutting healthcare, when you're going and killing pediatric cancer research for children, when you're doing all these things and letting Elon Musk do whatever the hell he wants, and you're taking money from billionaires and oligarchs, what do you expect? We're not supposed to criticize what you're doing? Like, you're not doing that for the people. So he's calling things out. You take it personal because, yes, we all knew this. Before Donald Trump became the Donald Trump y'all all know, he used to pretend he was his publicist, call tabloids, and do like set up interviews and spread gossip about him so he can keep his name in the news. He also used to have somebody that would cut out clips of him to bring him if people was talking about him in the tabloids. Like he's been a grade A narcissist since before speech replaced sign language. But everybody wants to act brand new. And now you want to say what he said. Okay, so we compare apples to oranges. This is what we doing? Okay. He's not a good person. He's someone who hate, and it's because his parents. His father didn't even like his ass. He said Jack White's Trump deranged too. No, you're the one that's deranged. Which is why I told you I'm going. I sent 3 people to the block party so far. Who else? Who's next? Because I told you I got time. You wanna know where they come from? They lurk in the background. When you're doing a live stream, they're listening to what people got to say, and they just lurk in the background, with their little, being all slow and half, well, not even half. Y'all are retarded, and I don't care if people find that word offensive. Y'all are retarded. Y'all are short bus slow. Mama dropping probably was drinking while, she probably had what they call that fetal syndrome thing where they be drinking while they pregnant. I'm sure that's what your mother was doing. Yeah, I did hear about some actress from NCIS Los Angeles. I never watched that show, so I don't really know who she was. I never watched any of the NCIS shows, but I did see that story. Such a sad story. I'm just finding out about this now. Oh yeah, the Australia story was crazy. But it was just annoying me because it was like, yeah, we get it. I mean, it's sad when it's a mass of anybody, but when Sarah started that, well, I specifically want to talk about the Jewish community. And I was like, here we go, because we already know what she about to do. So I'm getting through that. I'm not sitting with her with that foolishness. I'm a liberal. I support the right now because the left have abandoned liberalism. Well, I'm not on either side. And that's why I think people misconstrue if you are new to the show. I'm not left or right. I'm more of a progressive in a lot of my thoughts. I don't particularly care for centrist Democrats, and I damn sure don't care about Republicans, and I damn sure don't care about the GOP maggot types. Like those are the like anything extreme. No, um, I'm more in the vein of like I want people to have, even if I don't like you, I want you to still be able to live and have your little health care or whatever the case is. I just don't understand people who feel like, oh well, I should have and you shouldn't. Well, I don't care what your political beliefs are. I don't care what any of the other stuff. As long as you're not doing harm to me, I don't care what you do. You want to hurt yourself? Be my guest. If you want to believe what you want to believe, be my guest. But I don't want to inflict harm on others. I don't understand people who live like that. But I'm not jumping to the right because I feel like I've always seen like Trump has been a scam artist for eons. But that's because I grew up in New York and we were all aware of the type of man that Trump was. A lot of people, wanted to believe what they wanted to believe. They thought he was going to be anti-establishment. I'm like, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. There's nothing anti-establishment about a Donald Trump at all. Especially when you were given millions by your father and you went and ruined it because everything he touches turns to shit. Well, I'm believing that I thought it may have happened because the party happened like Saturday night, and it could have happened. The son was enraged, probably went and did drugs, came back to because remember when I talked about the story earlier, he's erratic. He said that he's been up days on end. He would get erratic and he would start damaging the pool house that his parents had, and would sound like he was so proud of when he did it. So I'm assuming like maybe it was another one of those things because doing drugs, you still in a fitted rage and just went off. But if you're gonna kill your parents, no, he won't. But he wants everybody. But he want to sue everybody that says anything negative about him. Not the breastfeeding tutorial, whatever the hell that means. You said mass not pew pew deaths are an American thing. Apparently, this is like the first incident in 30 years. Well, yeah, we've always heard more stories about mass, shootings. I know you won't see what happened in the UK because I believe guns were banned out there. They're not even allowed to carry guns. Not even the police are allowed to carry guns now. I guess they can carry a knife, which I did hear that story about a woman who was just released from a mental institution, went to the Macy's a block away from where I work in Herald Square, bought a knife from Macy's, and went and stabbed up a woman. She was changing her child's diaper in the restroom. That lady should have never been let out. Right wingers got angry. People quoted Charlie Kirk, but then tried to gain the place. And Charlie Kirk was a racist, like what's her name said, Amanda Seyfried. She said what she said, and she ain't apologizing. He was a racist. He was a bigot. He caused division and anger and hatred towards everybody for profit. And you shocked that he ended up how he ended up. I told you when you put that kind of energy out in the universe, you cannot be surprised when that comes back to you. Things are cyclical. It always comes around, but y'all want to, a lot of y'all like to walk around with rose-colored glasses on, thinking that y'all are immune to shit. The universe will tell you otherwise. Absolutely. Happy Monday. With all that being said, even the U.S. military, no, they don't. I love Spinal Tap. I banned a lot of people, quite a few people in here. So whatever your comments was, I didn't even get to read them. I had a feeling you were live tonight, so here you go. That damn Gilmore Girls. Chris is getting more extremely popular. Of course I am. Look, I told a friend of mine earlier when your wish is my command. I do want to tell somebody to block you. I was like, okay, well, you could have just unfollowed if you was doing that. Non-U.S. citizens are MAGA. Well, that's not necessarily true because there was even reports that there are other countries that are adapting ideologies from this whole MAGA movement in other places, particularly in the UK. I've been hearing stories about that. So a lot of the MAGA ideologies are spreading, where you have politicians that are trying to adapt those same situations. Trump spoke out. Well, his mouth does look like an asshole. So you know how thin those lips are. You said fetal alcohol. Thank you. If you believe that tariffs help anyone but the rich, you need to wake up. First of all, we're the ones who end up paying for tariffs. So I don't know where they're talking about that. They said tariffs help anyone but the rich. I was gonna say that unless you're okay, I don't know, maybe I'm having a moment because I'm in such a mood defending getting all defensive with all these people in these comments. So I'm just like ready to fight. But it's saying like, yeah, tariffs don't really help us. We're the ones who's ended up having to pay for that, not the other countries, or as he always said, he said, I'm not on either side is a but we're not going both sides stuff either because Trump's side is way worse. Now the Democrats ain't no damn innocent either because y'all out here doing the bare minimum, not trying to fight. And then you had actual someone like a Zoran Mamdani. And what's the other one named Charles, who the people out here was like really trying to fight the good fight, and you got these corporate centers, Democrats who want to take APAC money, who have been trying to sabotage other people or don't want to endorse real progressive change because they're so cut to the old guard. Then you got Hillary big back ass out here recently standing 10 toes down on some of the propaganda she's been spewing and kind of treating young people like they're stupid because we're all sitting here watching a real genocide happen in real time and she's trying to tell us what we seeing is a lie. I was like, okay, sis, how much did they pay you? I'm not on either side either. What's right is right. They do be lurking, but I don't know what they expect to hear. Well, you was gonna you already know me. I'm gonna always say what the fuck I want to say. If you're expecting somebody to come up here and sell you lies and grift for $1, you go over there and watch Megan 3.0, aka Erica Kirk, spew the lies that she be spewing. Or you can go to CBS. They're starting to propagandize that network to sound more like y'all. So y'all go over there and watch Glasses spew her lies over there on CBS in the news department. I'm just waiting to hear Gail put in her resignation. Because it's only a matter of time before she's gonna do that, unless Wig want to sit up there and still do a show because it pays well. I'm like, ask Oprah to keep. Let me shut up. They did say Nick had an issue with. Well, it could be that too. You already know meth is like. I would not be surprised if he was doing meth. I mean, that's a major drug that they do out there in LA. That's why I hated being in LA. I was like, just me getting around in that area, you be encountering so many addicts and homeless people. I liked LA for the glamour of it all. I didn't like it for the superficiality, and I didn't like it because of at least in New York, you could dodge even like you could do that little Kim. You could do that when you trying to dodge these addicts out here. But it's worse in LA. It's probably because it's much warmer out there versus New York. It's freezing. Anybody got time to be outside? What's the weather right now? 25 degrees. Don't no drug addict want to be out in these streets. Black Love is in the building. He said no, the suppliers pay for them. No, we pay for it too. All that stuff gets added on. You talking about suppliers. We have, and then you see the prices are jacked up. So how you gonna talk about people don't know about tariffs? No, clearly y'all don't. So hold on. Let me do a search since I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Tariffs are initially paid by the importer, a U.S. company, to the government's customs, but this cost is typically passed on to U.S. consumers through high prices or absorbed by the importer through lower profit margins, which means, yes, the consumer, the importer pays for it, but we also end up paying for it. When you see that regular thing that you paid $20 for jacks up to 40, who's paying for it? The importer? The company? No, we paying for it, stupid. So how you gonna sit up here and tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about tariffs? No, dumbass, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. Now you can head over. Now you can take your ugly ass over to the block party. I told you I got time today. Never ran into. Well, I knew people that was on it. I've encountered people that was on it. Not steroids. I'm gonna miss CBS before Trump's second term. CBS News became my preferred news station. I can't believe you actually watch regular news. You already know my news source is YouTube and Instagram because the people that I know on there actually knows what the hell they talking about. He said Steve Hartman and John Dickerson are inspiring journalists. Well, journalism is going down the toilet. No, you weren't correct. I see a comment. It's somebody you was correct. It was like, yeah, the consumers, the company pays for. We also pay for it. What you thought that you was going to get that same thing for cheap? Well, no, not well. Common sense isn't so common for people like whoever the hell that was that I just. Oh, John Connor. You need to change your damn name. They ain't shit revolutionary about your ass. Somebody said the goddamn John Connor. You more like the T1 fucking thousand. You said the maggots are maggot. Yes, they are, and I got time for they dumbasses. I told you I'm ready. No, the one good thing about being a New Yorker and having this thick skin, oh, I'll be ready. Well, thank you. After all of that, I'm like, who else is next? Who else is ready to go to the block party? Well, instead of us going to the block party, before we continue to go to the block party and me up here cussing people out and chopping their ass, because like I said, I got time. Oh, did she? Then somebody said, what was the post that somebody said? Oh, Erica Kirk's tissue is drier than oh my god, what the hell's his name? Oh, now I got it. And I remember, now I remember, now I remember. They said Erica's tissue is drier than Ben Shapiro's wife. When I saw that post, I cackled. I was like, that's funny. Because didn't he actually say his wife was dry at one point? I remember hearing that story. So yeah, I was like, who you telling? Because Erica Kirk is one of the worst actresses out there. Remember at one point she tried to be a reality star. But anyway, let's get into this news. Because we got some sad news. We just talked about Rob Reiner. It's funny, an hour. I only did two topics because I was busy up in here windmilling on these holes in this damn comments. Um, but anyway, so unfortunately, we lost another famous person. Let's talk about Anthony Geary. So Anthony Geary, who y'all know is famous for playing Luke Spencer over there on General Hospital, has passed away at the good old age of 78 years old. And I don't know if y'all knew this, but Anthony was also one of the girls, as in he's a homosexual. He had a husband and everything. We'll get into that to you in a minute. So the actor died on Sunday, December 14th, following complications from an operation 3 days prior. See, this is what be scaring me about operations. We going to the doctor and you be thinking you're gonna be great, and then all of a sudden complications happen. But I guess that's always the risk. They said it was a shock for me and our families and our friends. Gary's husband, Claudio Gama, told the outlet in a statement. For more than 30 years, Tony has been my friend, my companion, my husband. He was best known for playing Luke Spencer on General Hospital, a role he originated on the soap in 1978. Luke was ultimately paired with Jeannie Francis's Laura, and together they became daytime's biggest super couple. Oh, I remember hearing the stories about that. They said in 1981, the wedding was watched by 30 million people in the most watched episode in soap opera history. Gary left the series in 2015. I'm like, damn, so he's been off the show for 10 years? I didn't even know that. So hold on, because I'm like, y'all probably didn't see what his husband looked like. So I was like, let me pull that picture up. So yeah, that's his blue thing on the side. So now in a separate statement, ABC Entertainment noted that his performance as Luke Spencer helped define General Hospital in daytime television. Anthony captivated audiences for decades and earned a record 8 Daytime Emmy Awards. The 1981 Luke and Laura wedding was a landmark moment that drew tens of millions of viewers and became part of television history. We extend our heartfelt condolences to his loved ones and colleagues. Geary was born in Colville, Utah in 1947. His birth name was Tony. He changed it to that's crazy that his birth thing was Tony, because when you think about Tony, Tony is short for Anthony, but his parents named him Tony. But he said he changed it to Anthony in 1978. He said, I had a happy childhood. My family was always close. But early on, they realized I wasn't of this earth, that I wouldn't follow my father's lead. In school, I was always the artistic loner. Hold on. So I was like, I'm actually pulling up the People magazine article. Oh, I forgot Demi Moore was on General Hospital in 1982, because they had a picture of her in here for the People magazine article. So he said he got a theater scholarship from the University of Utah, and during his sophomore year, he was cast in the touring company of the play The Subject Was Roses, which took him to Los Angeles. He stayed and looked for work as an actor, saying, I was cocky and confident. Geary's early career consisted mostly of guest roles on TV shows. He appeared on an early episode of Lord All in the Family. He was on there as a homosexual man who challenges Archie Bunker's homophobia. Other shows on which he made guest appearances during the 70s included The Streets of San Francisco, Room 222, Marcus Welby, MD, The Partridge Family, Barnaby Jones, Starsky and Hutch, and the soap opera The Young and the Restless. I had a friend who loved The Young and the Restless. Now they said in 78, Geary was hired to join General Hospital in what was meant to be a 13-week stint. The series was close to cancellation. Damn, I did not know that they were planning on canceling like 47 years ago. They were planning on canceling General Hospital. So they said the series was close to cancellation, but executive producer Gloria Monty was taking big swings to turn it around, and Luke became a central part of that. One of his co-stars was Demi Moore, who played Jackie Templeton. Luke was the sister of Bobby Spencer, played by, shout out to Jacqueline Zeman, because she passed away recently too. So may she rest in peace. Now, in the beginning, Luke Spencer was a complete bastard. This is what he told people in 1980. He was a cheap little punk who managed a disco and was a doper runner for the mafia. He was a real killer, but over time, his character became sympathetic and witty, thanks in large part to his romance with Frances Laura, who he actually R-worded. So that was kind of like weird how they did that. It's like, you marry your rapist. But they said, but the romance, which was beloved by millions of fans, had an ignominious start. Luke R-worded Laura only for them to fall in love, saying, I've had to justify it for so many years. Francis told people and on ABC's 2020 documentary, The Story of Soaps of the Storyline. And I have to say, it feels good to sit here and say, I won't justify it. It's awful. They shouldn't have done it. And that's what I was thinking too. It's like, yeah, that's an awful way to do it. It's like he sexually assaulted Laura Spencer, and then they end up getting married. Like, that was just crazy to me. To me, it was just like, have him be like a little punk or whatever, who falls in love with like this meek girl or whatever the case is, and she kind of makes him a better man. I thought like they could have played up into that, but child, it was the 80s. There was a lot of problematic storylines. The 80s and 90s, when it came to the soaps, there was a lot of problematic things that was going on in them soap days. But child, it was when I would have to sit there as a kid and I'd be watching with my mother. She would be watching her ABC soaps. She loved Ryan's Holt, All My Children, One Life to Live, General Hospital, The City, and also was The City the one where eventually they try to turn into Passions, where they had the vampires and all kinds of other stuff on it. I actually kind of like that twist that they did with The City. I think it was where it was like, oh no, it was Port Charles. That's what it was. Port Charles was the show where they tried to go all supernatural with the franchise. But let me see if there's any. Then they also mentioned about the wedding. And I forgot, Elizabeth Taylor actually appeared on on the show as Helena Cassadine, because she was a massive fan of the show. Now, people still see daytime TV as the bastard of the industry, but the fact that Elizabeth Taylor chose to come here because she's a fan must mean we're doing something right. This is what he told people in 81. It validated General Hospital for me. And not only that, but wasn't it always like a lot of remember, if I'm not mistaken, on All My Children, one of them shows, oh wait, no, but I think General Hospital, they always had like big stars that would come on and be a part of it. Remember, well, I guess he wasn't really like big-ish. Ricky Martin came out of General Hospital, where, he was a part of Menudo and all that other stuff. And yeah, he was kind of carving out his solo career at that time. But He was in General Hospital. They had a lot of famous people that came out of those shows. First of all, there's a lot of famous people who started out in soaps. So the fact that they had that in there from that a lot of people, they did try to treat, I will agree with that, they did treat soaps like, oh, these people, they can't act, it's a stepping stone. That was always another thing. They used to be pissed when you would say that, oh, it's a stepping stone to get to something bigger and better. No, you're just happy that you can get work. You shouldn't look at a soap as, oh, it's a stepping stone for me to get to do those A-list movies for Steven Spielberg. Like, get off my line with that. To me, it's like, the one thing I love about soaps compared to other things, it trains you how to memorize a lot of lines, because you literally have a day to shoot an episode, and it moves so quick with all the pages of dialogue you have to memorize. So for people to kind of take soaps for granted in that way, I feel like it's a good training to get you to, like, taking a lot of dialogue or memorizing scripts. They said he was open about how much work it took to put the show together 5 days a week. In the last 3 years, I've given my life to this show, physically, emotionally, spiritually. The work is harder than on primetime TV. Jeannie and I have carried as much as 60 pages of dialogue a day, 4 to 5 days a week. No nighttime show, no film makes those demands. Absolutely. And that's what I was saying. Like, people sit up here and talk so much shit about soaps. These are the hardest working people in the business. You're literally, who can memorize 60 pages of dialogue? Not no regular actor. You ain't never gonna see Sylvester Stallone or what the hell's his name? Or a Glenn Powell or a Sydney Sweeney. You ain't gonna see them memorize 60 pages. But these people that be doing these soaps, is like the amount of dialogue they have to memorize, and you only get a certain amount of takes, and you have to film all that in a day. So he was somebody who was humble. He was somebody who loved what he did and all that other stuff. But now the other thing I want to get to before we wrap this up is Jeannie Francis. Since we were talking about her, she has talked about, she weighed in on the fact that he passed away, and basically said that, yeah, she's devastated by the loss. So shout out to Entertainment Weekly for this story. After Claudio Gama, Geary's husband, confirmed the news of his death to TV Insider, sharing that the soap star died Sunday in the Netherlands following an operation 3 days earlier. Well, yeah, because they didn't live in they lived in Amsterdam, from what I heard. Child, the amount of weed that you can smoke out there, and I think homosexual marriage is legalized. I'd like to live in the Netherlands. They got some cute men's out there. Anyway, he said, so it was a shock for me and our families and our friends. That's what he said. For more than 30 years, he's been my friend, blah, blah, blah. Now, Francis took to Twitter on Monday afternoon to honor Geary, writing, "This morning I woke up and went into my husband's arms. In my sleep, my life was flashing before me and I was afraid of death. An hour later, I received a call from Frank Valentini, who told me Tony died. I immediately felt remorse. I hadn't spoken to him in years, but I felt his life end in my sleep last night, and with it a big part of me and mine." So she's saying that she felt something happen within her, and thought that it was my life flash. And I was like, no, someone who you were connected with for so long in your like your film husband, you felt him like pass away. You couldn't make sense of it until you got the phone call. But she went and continued. He was a powerhouse as an actor, shoulder to shoulder with the greats. No star burned brighter than Tony Geary. He was one of a kind. As an artist, he was filled with passion for the truth, no matter how blunt or even a little rude, it might be, but always hilariously funny. Francis went on to call Geary the anti-hero, similar to his on-screen character Luke Spencer, who was known for his roguish charm. She said working with him was always exciting. You never knew what might happen. He spoiled me for leading men for the rest of my life. I am crushed. I will miss him terribly, but I was so lucky to be his partner. Somehow, somewhere, we are connected to each other because I felt him leave last night. Good night, sweet prince. Good night. So, yeah, that was her comment. And another one we lost. R.I.P. Tony. And as far as Claudio Gama, I couldn't imagine what it's like to be a widow, but hopefully you get I don't know what to say at this point. It's just like, I just hope you find peace with whatever has been happening so far, because it's always sad when you lose a loved one, whether it's a husband, a child, a father, anybody that you're emotionally or just connected to on a higher plane. So shout out to you, Tony Geary. You will be missed. You definitely did your big one for General Hospital. And the fact that you pretty much single-handedly saved that show from cancellation. I didn't even know that. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story when you hear in the news that we had lost an icon within the soap opera world, the late, great Tony Geary? So whatever your thoughts are on this story, let me know in the comments down below. Had to take a pause before, because, editing. I'd like to make it easier myself when I have to cut these clips up. My mother still watches General Hospital, by the way. You said, oh, because of the joke that I said. They said Eric Hurst's tissues was drier than Ben Shapiro's wife. Maggots not understanding how suppliers pass down tariffs to the consumers are up in prices. When you got to explain basic logistical math and situations to people, especially when you understand business and people try to tell you like you dumb, it's like, I cannot. But I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay. I'm so sick and tired of both sides bullshit. I heard this garbage. Yeah, we can both sides it when it comes to y'all cucking to Israel and their propaganda. Y'all are very much in simpatico with that. But as far as like we talk about policies of dismantling governments and all this other current trash that this current administration is doing, oh no, we're not on the same level. Democrats are not doing what these Republicans are doing. So we can't both sides it there. You can both sides it when it comes to the bullshit regarding Israel. We can do that, but not the other stuff, because Hillary out here saying the same shit that these other Zionists is talking about with her recent interview that she did. I remember hearing about the Luke and Laura wedding and how iconic, because I was like, that was way before my time, but I remember when I would watch old videos and I would hear the stories and things regarding that. Whenever I would watch those soap opera recap things, and they would always talk about like the most iconic moments and stuff. Y'all know all them little videos they do. That's how I knew about that. I didn't know either. I kind of always suspected but then one of my friends in the group chat, wait, what was the exact wording? Oh yeah, they said, oh, and he was gay. His husband is now a widow, just terribly sad. Like they said, like we really lost an LGBT soap legend, and there will never be another. I didn't realize he was gay until I saw a post on Facebook last year. Oh, okay. So they said that the tea came out last year. I didn't know either. So yeah, that was I was pleasantly surprised when I heard that Anthony Geary. I mean, there was something, I don't know, there was something that he was doing or whatever. I remember I don't know, for some reason there was something that was like pulling me. I was like, is he one of the girls? Is one of us? Is he part of the Levitical Plus community? Because he was like this older guy who had like the little hoop earring, and there was certain mannerisms, isms. So I was like, I'm starting to detect some of the isms, the mannerisms and things. And when I say isms, that's what I meant, the mannerisms, not the autism. Because sometimes I use the ism for that too. But yeah, I was starting to know those mannerisms. I was like, I wonder. Then it was confirmed. Wait, what was this one? Oh, you said Dick Van Dyke. Oh yeah, I heard about that too. I would love to live that long. As long as I don't have to wear diapers and shit myself, like the current president. Then I would love to live to be 100 plus. First of all, I got a lot of family members on my mother's side of the family that live past 100. My great grandmother lived till she was 99. My grandmother just turned, I believe, 90 or 91. I saw her earlier today. That's why I was late, because I had to deal with some family stuff out in Suffolk County. And then my aunt, her sister, is like 92, maybe 92, 93. I don't know. She in her 90s. Still sharp as ever with that mouth. And I have cousins that have lived to be over like 100 years old and stuff. So that old age thing, it runs in my side of the family. And you said I love General Hospital in the 80s. I have lots of time to watch it. Or I had lots of time to watch since I was home from school because of my kidney surgeries. Why don't they rerun all the old? I thought they did. I mean, I remember they had, what was it called? Soap Net or Soap Dish? Something. No, Soap Dish was the movie with Whoopi Goldberg and Robert Downey Jr. I think they had Soap Net, But they do need to come out with a soap opera streaming service. Will people pay for that? If they had a soap opera streaming service with the old, soap operas and stuff, I wonder if people would pay for that. Or just create a channel. There was a channel. I don't know what happened. He was on Days of Our Lives for a little bit. Yeah, they all float around. These assholes so greedy for money. They want to pay the actors for the reruns. Yeah, they don't want to pay them. And it's like, if I'm working my ass off and I don't know when my next meal is coming, I should be compensated for the work that I do. But now y'all want to be cheap. According to Aaron Parnas, Trump might have to do 8 psych evaluations. 8 psych. We already look. The word on the street is the man got Alzheimer's. Hence why he has to constantly do multiple MRIs. Who does an MRI every 6 months? Unless, the signs is there, like something going on up here, which it is. Before his bed rep. Wait, you talking about his bad rap? James Franco actually had a guest star. That's what I was like. I remember there was somebody else that was famous that was on General Hospital. I couldn't remember who it was, but now you reminded me. Child, don't even get me started, because remember, I did break the internet with my exclusive tea about James. Hence why he hates me. He said Demi Moore, Mark Hamill, Ricky Martin, Eva Longoria, John Stamos, James Franco. I remember John Stamos. He played Blackie on there. James Franco, even George Takei were all on General Hospital. You think they was all? Well, I think Demi Moore and all of them. That was before they were like famous. Um, James Franco was like in the height of his career, doing all these weird experiments with his acting. My nephew currently lives in Amsterdam. He moved there for work in 2006. He travels everywhere for work. He back in Texas for Christmas. Yeah, Texas is definitely a place you want to visit, not where you want to live. I long figured Anthony Geary was a homosexual. I don't know how, but I lately seem to have good. That's what I was saying. I was like, sometimes you look at people like, one of the girls. You part of the biblical plus community. You said you was funny because I used to watch them with my mother all through school. Hmm. Yeah, when I used to get babysat, well, she didn't watch ABC stuff. She would watch freaking NBC. So I have to watch Days of Our Lives. That's when I became wind of Marlena when she was possessed by the devil. Yeah, that's how I saw that storyline unfold. Because when my neighbor, who I got stuck with, first of all, I used to terrorize my babysitters back in the day. And those are all the stories they would have whenever they would say, "Oh, you used to cheat, you used to give me hell." I was like, I was always like that. I used to test the hell out of people. So yeah, I was a little demon as a child. And he said back in the 80s and 90s, they kept that a secret. He said the difference between Republicans and MAGA is one group knows how shameful, embarrassing Trump's behavior is, but they go along with it anyway. Absolutely. Well, it's all about being in lockstep. Even as long as they get to the common goal and what they need to do, they don't care how you get it. Rosie O'Donnell was Erica's maid for about 22 episodes. That's how huge it was. Rosie O'Donnell loves, as they would call them, the stories. That's my mother. I'm watching my stories. Nobody ever said soap operas. Well, no people of color that I knew. They never said, "Oh, I'm watching my soap." No, I'm watching my stories. That was always the term. That's when I started watching when Marlene. That's when I first. It was like when I saw Marlena possessed by. I'm sitting there like, what the hell is happening? Maybe that's when I got into horror, because now the soaps was doing it. All right, y'all. So now that we got all that death out of the way, let's lighten up the load and let's talk about Scarlett Johansson. So there was. We already know that Scarlett Johansson is set to premiere, or not premiere. Well, premiere and appear in the Batman Part 2. So a lot of people were speculating. They were saying, would she play Poison Ivy? Which I was like, no, I can't see her doing Poison Ivy because Matt Reeves likes to ground his characters. And he's not somebody that wants to, like, how do you ground a Poison Ivy? Like, how do you make that work in his world where it's based off realism and that sort of thing? You can make the Riddler work because you could have somebody who just creates riddles based on and do some David Fincher 7 type killings of people, but then also create riddles so that you have to solve that. So there's a detective aspect you put to that. So over the weekend, Jeff Snyder and John Roca did a special episode where it was a one topic exclusive where they answer questions also afterwards of the hot mic. If you have not watched that show, because yeah, I like to promote people who I genuinely like, and I like John Roca because he's another one like me that'll say what we need to say. We don't give a good goddamn. So maybe that's why I relate to him in a lot of ways on how he talks. But anyway, so he and Jeff Snyder they do a show called The Open Mic, where Jeff Snyder, is an insider in the industry, and he gets a couple of scoops or whatever, and he'll spill it on the show. So apparently, he actually ended up getting a scoop from some reliable sources of who who Scarlett will be playing. Now, funny enough, there was another story that came out that I was going to bring on here, but I could debunk it. That Brad Pitt was also in talks to star in the Batman Part 2. Those rumors have been put to bed. Apparently, according to insiders in the industry, they said no. Brad Pitt, I believe, was circling, but things didn't work out. So what they said is they were looking for to cast three new key roles: a man and a woman in their 40s and an older man in their 60s. And what they were saying was they were looking to cast Harvey Dent and Harvey Dent's father. I believe his father's name is Christopher. And then the word on the street is, well, let's just get to the story. So the Batman, as y'all know, put the spotlight on the Riddler and to a lesser extent the Penguin. Well, I actually like this Penguin. They're saying to a lesser extent the Penguin. The Joker also made a cameo appearance, but all three are villains who have been featured in the Cape Crusaders' previous movies. The hope was that the Batman Part 2 might do something different, with filmmaker Matt Reeves hinting as much earlier this year. He also said that because people was like, oh, well, would it be this person? Would it be that? I said, Matt Reeves has said that he wants to bring in a character that's never been done in live action. Also, people believe that villains such as Hush and Phantasm would be in there because, and that was the kind of the one I was thinking about too, that possibly it could be Phantasm. Well, they said that the sequel will be basing itself off The Long Halloween, which we've seen that already done. But I guess they're taking a couple more elements out of it and incorporating into the sequel. So according to Jeff Snyder, Scarlett Johansson will play Gilda Gold, aka Gilda Dent. Now, in the Batman Part 2, like most DC comic characters, there have been multiple interpretations of Gilda over the years, but the most famous was revealed as the holiday killer in the pages of Jeff Loeb and Tim Sale's The Long Halloween. Hoping to lighten her husband's workload, what people should know that she actually started unaliving Gotham City's criminals. I also heard that she had an affair with what's his name? Carmine Falcone. They said in one of the other issues, I don't think it was The Long Halloween, it was another one. I forget that came after The Long Halloween that she appears in, but they said the Long Halloween is like her most prominent role that she's played. So so hoping to lighten up her husband's workload, she started unaliving Gotham City's criminals. However, her actions led to Harvey being attacked and becoming Two-Face, turning one of Batman's greatest allies into perhaps the most twisted member of his rogues gallery. I'm also thinking that what they were saying as well is that if Brad Pitt was going to be cast, it would make sense because Brad is like 62, and if you're casting someone to play someone in their 60s, he probably was going to play Harvey's father, who, if I'm not mistaken, was an alcoholic and also had a lot of emotional issues, which also probably kind of plays into the whole Harvey Dent breaking. Maybe there's some maybe, mental health is hereditary, especially if you have like a split personality, that sort of thing, which they could do a play on that. There was So yeah, that's kind of like the rumor so far. Now they said how much of what we'll see. Now we should say this. This is a rumor. Kind of feel like it's legit though. Like he might be onto something with this story. And I actually hope that she would get to play the holiday killer because this would be relatively interesting. It also kind of plays into the whole serial killer aspect of what we've gotten from the previous Batman movie. Like I love the whole Seven, David Fincher serial killer using that whole vibe of like, yeah, it's a superhero movie, but it's also like we're focusing a lot on the detective aspect of Batman, which I've always liked that aspect of the Batman comics. So we've never really seen that explored in the movies until what Matt Reeves did last year. So I'm hoping that this is what this is. I do feel like if you're gonna bring Scarlett Johansson in this film, because they're talking about Gilda Gold. I almost said Booster. We still waiting on that movie. Gilda, but James Gunn. Gilda Gold, aka Gilda Dent. Where, if you're gonna focus on that sort of situation, I don't think Scarlett Johansson would just sign on to be in a movie where she's playing the doting girlfriend or the fiance or the wife of a well-known character in a superhero franchise. There's definitely got to be meat on the bone, especially if someone of her magnitude taking on this part. So I'm actually glad in a way that, okay, if this is true, if this is the part that she's playing, this would be awesome. So Snyder also learned that Reeves is looking to cast Harvey and his father Christopher. As I said, the latter character is who Brad Pitt was offered the chance to play, but he passed. An actor in the 60s is being sought for the elder Dent, with someone in their 40s wanted for the district attorney who eventually becomes Two-Face. Now, as far as like who could play that character, I have no idea off the top of my head who would make a great Harvey Dent. If y'all have some names, definitely throw it in the comments who y'all would like to see play Harvey Dent. Maybe Brandon Sklenar. We trying to get him to be Batman. I'm trying to find a way to get him into the DCU. But I don't know. Somebody like if y'all got any names, because I really cannot think of somebody all the time. I'm like, who is a up and comer who's like a really good actor that would be a good person to kind of go toe to toe with a Scarlett Johansson? Maybe Miles Teller. Miles Teller is really good at playing authoritative figures. I mean, he playing Michael Jackson attorney in that upcoming Michael movie, so why not have him play an attorney in the Batman Part 2? I can definitely see Miles Teller and uh Scarlett Johansson going head to head in a part together playing love interests. I mean, she would definitely kind of like trample over him, I guess, with her energy or whatever. But usually that's how it is. A lot of people who are in powerful positions, when they get in the house, they're pretty submissive. So it says on the page, Christopher Dent was an alcoholic who suffered from mental illness, as I told y'all earlier, leading him into a violent and physically abusive relationship with his son. There continues to be speculation that Robert Pattinson's Batman will join the DCU, though both Reeves and the DC studio co-CEO James Gunn have repeatedly indicated otherwise. It also makes little sense. Look, I feel like at this point, y'all need to figure out what the hell y'all doing with the future of the Brave and the Bold, that DCU version. I just feel like it's crazy at this point to even have two different Batmans. I do feel like y'all need to find a way to incorporate Robert Pattinson in that Batman world. He's Batman at this point. I don't really feel like y'all need to cast another Batman so that way you could do your little Elseworlds DCU version of Batman. We've already gotten used to Robert Pattinson as Batman. I know a lot of people was against it from the beginning, but when I first heard the name and seeing him in a lot of smaller independent films, proving that he is not, he's beyond the Twilight Kid, then I was like, you know what? I trusted them in the casting. I definitely am looking forward to seeing who he's going to bring up in there. I definitely want to see what they're doing. And look, so far, everybody that I know they like the Batman and they want to see him play that part. So, is there any more to add? Well, they did say the movie's coming out October 1st, 2027. So, if you're going to have someone who's based around the holiday killer, or her be eventually become the holiday killer, and it's coming out in October, which is close to Halloween. To me, I feel like that would be a good time to release the movie. But I'm sure that we'll find out more about this stuff as it develops. But yeah, so far we haven't heard. Well, Brad Pitt has been debunked, so it'll be interesting to see who they pick to play the father. Who should they pick? I was gonna say Stellan Skarsgård, and you can have Alexander Skarsgård play the attorney, and then you can have his real life father, as I said, Stellan, play his abusive alcoholic father Christopher. That'll be a good casting. You get a real life father and son acting duo to play father and son in the movie. Somebody did say Colin Jost should play Scarlett's husband. I'm like, that's her husband in real life. That meta casting, I find that corny, but for the most part, I am pretty much excited by this news if this is who she's going to be playing, because I would definitely love to see Scarlett Johansson get her teeth, her hands dirty, her teeth wet, or whatever the case is. I mean, her teeth is already wet, it's in her mouth. But y'all know the phrase. It's like, I would like to see her like get down and gritty and dirty into a meaty role and not just play the hero all the time, like she did in a horrible Jurassic World movie and like she did as the Black Widow. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Are you excited over this news that is coming out from Jeff Snyder that she could be playing Gilda Gold, aka Gilda Dent, aka the Holiday Killer, allegedly? That they're taking parts of the Long Halloween, they're going to incorporate it into the Batman Part 2. So whatever your thoughts are on this story, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, let me close that. That's how huge Rosie was as well. She did guest spots on The Nanny, where Fran was the top nanny appearing on the Rosie O'Donnell show. So many. Yeah, I remember. It was like, I like when they would do a lot of those crossovers. Street Fighter trailer was trash at the Game Awards. So many comparisons of Raul Julia and Kylie Minogue. Funny enough, John Camp, I mean, what was it? Robert Meyer Burnett said, "Are we going to see any Kylie Minogue?" I said, bro, leave my girl alone. And John Campia and them, they trashed the trailer, saying that they had a problem with Giles' hair. Everybody's got a problem with his hair. I'm like, it's based on a video game. What do y'all expect? Shakespeare? Like, I'm not expecting Shakespeare with this movie. If it don't take itself too seriously and there's some cool fight sequences, I'll see it. I'm not expecting Academy Award win. Like, that's what I hate about some of you pompous ass film critics or people who just watch stuff. Y'all want everything to be fucking the Odyssey. Even though we ain't even see that movie yet, but y'all know the level of type of film. Y'all want a one battle after another, or a begonia. Like, y'all think everything got to be on that level. If something is silly and mindless action, because I like Andrew Koji. I like Andrew Koji. I'm probably might have seen other things, but I loved Andrew Koji when he was on that Warrior show. But I'm still mad they canceled that. It only lasted 3 seasons. But I like that I'm seeing him a lot. So he also did Boy Kills World with Bill Skarsgård. If you haven't seen that movie, definitely check it out. But I like the fact that we got Andrew Cody's in the movie. He's playing Ryu. Then we have Noah Centineo, who was supposed to be our He-Man, but he ended up being Ken. 50 Cent's hair looks stupid, but it's a movie based on a video game. As they're saying, the 90s film was better than. Now, y'all gonna make me sit up in here and want to have to rewatch Street Fighter. Because I'm not gonna hold you. I actually bought Street Fighter, the one with Kylie and Raul Julia. That was his last movie where he died. We said, what was the James? Oh, the James Franco T was because I had people who was there that I knew, and they sent me photos and everything. That apparently there was a book signing that he did, and he was acting like a freaking nuisance. Sent me all the information, the pictures, told me the details. Of course, I put my seasoning on the story and put it out there. Oh yeah, he hates me. But weird part is, and I'm mad about this because this is on my old chrisavalon.com website. But then when I was just like, I kind of just let it go by the wayside and I didn't really care about doing it anymore. I lost all those stories. I even lost I even had a Bob the Drag Queen interview. And I interviewed him around the time and he did Drag Race and lost all of that. Yes, not is a Two-Face. Well, he is Two-Face. You said Harvey Dent is a two. Shut up. Said a homosexual complaint because gays walk around with 2 identities. I thought Clayface was originally going to be in Bat. No, it's a solo film. Um, I don't know how it's going to work either, but Mike Flanagan wrote the script, so I feel like if Mike Flanagan can make it work in the world of horror and telling these crazy, amazing stories the way he writes things, then I trust in him that we're going to get a good one out of that. So I'll just have to wait and see when we get a trailer, hopefully soon. The most difficult thing when they do a Batman film is finding the best, both Batman and Bruce Wayne. All the Batman films got the Batman correct. You want to know something? That has been my same argument when it comes to talking about Spider-Man. I've always said, like, you got Spider-Man down, but you didn't get Peter Parker down. Or you got Peter Parker down, but you didn't get Spider-Man down. But I feel like the first time they actually got Spider-Man and Peter Parker right was when they hired Tom Holland. He's definitely good at playing both parts. I just wish that the writing in those films would trust him enough that he could be able to carry that character on his own without trying to spring, oh, well, we need Tony Stark to show up, or we need this character to show up, we need this person to be in the movie. It's like, can Spider-Man lead his own film? Like, that was the one thing that used to irritate me about the Tom Holland Spider-Man universe. I like Tobey Maguire. The first two movies, not the third one. I like Andrew Garfield. But like I said, it was always like either or. But I agree with you on that because I liked Christian Bale as Bruce Wayne, not as Batman. I hated the voice that he did. The fight choreography was. I'm like, first of all, I know older people that fight better than this. Like it's literally like, huh, huh. Like, what kind of choreography? Like, really? And I like Christopher Nolan, but I'm like, the choreography and then the action in those movies was so bad, used to irritate me. But I do like The Dark Knight. Is I really want to see Rob Pattinson Batman to fight Joaquin Phoenix. He wouldn't do that. He probably quit halfway through the damn movie before they even get the cameras rolling. It's a nice. I love that. You told. I still won't see Mimi in. Well, who the hell would pay to see her in concert? Mariah Carey was one of the laziest live performers ever. And I like Mariah. I grew up on her. So it was like Alan. I would like to see Alan Ritson as Batman. The problem is I can't see him doing Bruce Wayne. Like, you're literally gonna see some 6'2", 300 some odd pound muscle dude walk into a room. Sounds like the beginning of a porn film. But like walking into a room and in the bat suit, they gonna know who it is under all of that. Like, you really gonna have a big sense of relief. Well, a suspension of disbelief to kind of be like, oh, there's no way that guy could be Batman. That'd be the only thing. Well, they never put him in spandex. They already clown when Joel Schumacher decided to gay up those costumes back in the day. So yeah, they would not put him in spandex. But yeah, I would like to see Alan Richardson as Batman. Like, he would look good in the costume, but I don't know if he could do Bruce Wayne. Like, we need that dark, brooding, torture type character. I mean, I know Alan Richardson um in interviews has said that he has dealt with mental illness and that sort of thing, and even at one point contemplated the S word. So if you could actually tap into, because as an actor, you always got to tap into like the dark corners of your life or something that happened within you to bring that out in the character. If he could tap into that, maybe. But and I like Alan Richardson, but his range is a bit limited, so I can't. If Alan returns to DC Universe, I'd rather he plays Aquaman like he did in Small. Yeah, yeah. But I like him on Reacher though. I didn't see that movie he did with Kevin James though. I heard it was bad, but I haven't seen it. All right, now speaking of Avengers, since we were talking about it earlier, and well, Scarlett Johansson, Black Widow, that sort of thing. Let's get into Avengers Doomsday. So there's rumors swirling that we're going to well, it's been swirling for a while that we're going to be getting multiple trailers of Avengers Doomsday. But the word is that they said there's going to be a new trailer every week released in theaters, a different one, and I think this is their little stunt that they're trying to pull to get y'all to see Avatar multiple times. So I guess they could cross 1 billion streams. Wait, no, I don't want it that big. I guess they wanted what a bit like to make over $1 billion. That's the third time because the first movie made 1 billion. I believe the second movie made, didn't it cross 1 billion twice? So that they want to build another $1 billion damn movie. So according to THR, Disney is planning an unusual release strategy for the trailer of Avengers Doomsday by showing 4 different versions in theaters over 4 weeks. Each trailer will play for 1 week, so moviegoers will see a different trailer depending on what they watch, when they watch Avatar: Fire and Ash. The idea is to encourage diehard fans to see Fire and Ash multiple times to catch all 4 trailers, turning the trailer itself into a collectible experience. Oh, so y'all trying to pull stunts and shows to get people to come into the movies? Like, y'all think this is the way to do it? By putting a new trailer in every week? This is going to be the dumbest thing ever. I don't like this idea if this turns out to be true. Because my thing is, those people who are Avatar fans and are going to go see it more than once are going to go see the movie more than once regardless. You shouldn't have to resort to, oh, I need to put like 4 different trailers every week or a different trailer every week and switch it out just so that way people can come to the theater to see some teaser or whatever it is that you're showing. So there was a guy earlier because I heard that the trailer leaked online, and 3C went and posted something of this. They said the trailer leaked. A guy went and watched the trailer and didn't post it. He reacted to the trailer that he was watching. So 3C decided to do a video of him reacting to the guy reacting to the video. I'm like, what? This has got to be the dumb. I said, oh, so we so thirsty for clicks, likes, and views that we gotta watch reaction videos of someone reacting to a video that you can't see. Like, I'm not sitting here entertaining this. I'm not gonna sit there and watch a video. And it's no shade. If that's what you want to do on your channel, you do what you want. I'm not criticizing that. It's just weird to me that I was like, what would I be reacting to? I'm reacting to someone commenting about like I'm reacting to this guy reacting and I'm commenting off of his reaction. It's just my brain is a pretzel even trying to decipher this. It just sounds completely dumb. I just feel like I want to see a teaser. I want to see a trailer and give my own authentic opinion off of what I'm seeing versus me having to be like, oh, well, look, the thing leaked and I want 20,000 so that way I can get my little check on YouTube. So I'm going to come out with this bullshit propaganda video so that way I can, get my little coin from, because, we all get paid around the 20th. From either the 19th or the 21st, that money be in the account from Google. Trust me, I know. As a commentator and as someone who does this, I know the days that we get that money in the account, that monthly check. So and it says, so if you want to see all 4, you'll have to watch Fire and Ash, which clocks in at 194 minutes. I'm not sitting up in there watching a 3-hour movie multiple times just to see a teaser or whatever it is you're going to show. For all I know, you could be showing us more chairs. I'm not sitting there watching all of that. And it's unclear when these trailers will appear online, and it's kind of the point. Disney wants to milk it as much as possible. Well, you already know somebody's going to record it and post it on Twitter. Don't put it on YouTube because YouTube will definitely flag it. You'll get your channel banned or whatever the case is. Twitter, Elon don't care about, Apartheid Clyde don't care about what goes on over there on that channel. There's a cesspool of mess going on over that channel. So you could post it on there and it won't be that much of an issue. But just have people describe to me what happened, because if I'm not going to watch no low quality trailer either. So they said the first trailer is set to debut next Friday. After that, a new teaser replaced the previous one each Friday. So yeah, they had all of that. So the second is going to be around Christmas, the third near New Year's Eve, and the fourth in the week that follows, all attached to Fire and Ash. Now, someone actually did see the trailers. My Time to Shine Hello said the Doomsday trailers are all boring, but will the movie be good? I guess this is what somebody wrote in the comments. So he says, I've seen the Doomsday teaser and it's pretty good and has lots of doom in it. So I guess that was a question that somebody asked on My Time to Shine Hello. Or they were probably saying it was boring. So look, I get it, Disney. Y'all could use a hit over there. Y'all been struggling a little bit, especially with the MCU. Thunderbolts didn't do all that well. What was the other one? Fantastic Four First Steps didn't do well. Look, first of all, I just heard this tea, and I meant to bring it up on the show, but I can bring it up now. I was gonna make it a topic, but I could just say it in passing. Apparently, Fantastic Four didn't do that well on Disney Plus either. In fact, they said it charted lower than. Hold on, let me actually hold that story up so that way I could get it right. Because the last thing I want to do is, get things wrong. Because apparently, a lot of times when I'm on here, I don't know what I'm talking about. And I just be pulling things on my ass, kind of like how I do with the tariffs. Because I don't know what I'm talking about with that either, according to some people that are currently sitting over at the block party. So, yeah. So, there was an article that pretty much said Fantastic Four massively flops on Disney Plus. According to TV Fandom Lounge, the film pulled in 4.9 million views in its first 5 days, 10% below the 5.5 million of Thunderbolts and 23% lower that of the 6.4 million for Captain America Brave New World. So it's charting lower than Captain America Brave, and Captain America Brave New World was not a good movie. Fantastic Four was, and so was Thunderbolts. Some would no doubt say that its success at the box office was to blame. The film pulled in 522 million worldwide, 25% more than the 415 million of Captain America, and 36% more than the 382 million of Thunderbolts. That doesn't really pan out, though, as previous examples have indicated. The more successful a film has been at the box office, generally the greater its Disney Plus numbers. Deadpool and Wolverine, which had considerably bigger box office than all of those titles, pulled in 19.4 million in 6 days. Others like Black Panther Wakanda Forever debuted at 14.1 million. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 with 10.9 million. Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, which I did not like, with 9.7 million. Eternals with 9.2 million. And the Marvels merged 5.3 million. So, and also some people are saying that Disney Plus didn't do much to promote the movie on the platform. So not only that, but they didn't even promote did that other show come out yet? The one with Yahya Abdul Mateen? Remember what was it? Can't remember the name of the damn show. But I heard that isn't that out? I don't know. Disney Plus, y'all are doing terrible over there with y'all promotions. But here's the thing. This is the funny part to me. But y'all talk about that we're about to lose Hulu and you want Disney to swallow up Hulu. It's like, no, Hulu is more of a popular streaming service. Why don't you just create like a little app thing inside of Hulu so we could just get Disney Plus in there, a hub, I guess is the word I was looking for. Create a Disney Plus hub within Hulu, go on Hulu, and if I want to watch anything from Disney Plus, I just click on the hub and all the stuff is there. Why we can't do that? Why you can't create a file? We all got to subscribe to some damn Disney Plus. I have Disney Plus, I'm paying for it, but I don't watch anything on it because there's nothing interesting on that streaming service worth watching. None of your original programming. I could care about some of the movies. It's just not giving me what I need. So I really feel like Disney Plus needs to dissolve and become just a little hub on the Hulu app because Hulu is way more popular. There's way more interesting stuff on there that I watch. I watch Hulu more than not really. I do watch Hulu, but not as much as all the other streaming services. Trying to think, YouTube technically is the streaming service I watch the most, and that's free. But if there was anything that comes in second, I watch Shutter. I also watch because I'm a hard junkie, and then I watch other channels too. Mostly, yeah, Hulu or um, Prime Video. I've been watching a lot of Prime Video lately. So yeah. So there you have it. Avengers Doomsday is coming out in December of 2026, the 18th to be exact. Fantastic Four didn't do all that well, and I don't know if I even care enough about. Do care about Avengers Doomsday, but y'all doing the most with all this. I mean, I get why you're doing what you're doing, but I'm not that hard up to go to the movies to see this trailer just because y'all want to help find a way to make, create stunts and shows to get butts and to go see this Avengers trailer. So you're using Avengers as a way to get people to go see Avatar because, I mean, I don't know. I haven't checked. Is Avatar 3 even tracking well? For the big blockbuster box office numbers, like is it tracking to make a whole lot of money this week? And I haven't done the research on that yet, so I have no idea. So in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from you. Would you be heading to the theaters if this story turns out to be true, just so you can see this little sequence of Avatar, I mean in front of Avatar of Doomsday trailer? Didn't they also say there's a 6-minute prologue of The Odyssey, also going to be premiering before Avatar, which is crazy because Avatar is already going to be over 3 hours. So I got to watch a 6-minute monologue. I mean, a prologue, a Doomsday trailer, and all the other ads that you're going to be throwing up in there. When I'm going to have a pee break, because you need one watching these long ass movies. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. So let me know what your overall thoughts on this story are in the comments down below. I think where am I? The first trailer is Captain America. The second trailer is Thor. The third is Doom. The fourth is. It's like everybody. I mean, is that a joke or is it like? Well, it sound like it is one. Like y'all just going to throw a couple of things in just to steal our money. But look, you only got a first chance to make. I mean, what is it? You only get one chance to make a first impression. So if you try to gaslight and pull a stunt with the audience with that first trailer, know what they say? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, you a dumbass bitch. So if you go and you do something stupid and you cheat the people out of a real proper trailer, the second one gets released. You know, they're not gonna run to the movies to see it because like, oh no, you played me. I'm not gonna let you play me again. He saw Fantastic Four in the theaters as well. So I thought it was okay. But then again, this superhero team was never my favorites. Mm. And I think a lot of people were saying that. It's like, when you really look at Fantastic Four, yes, they're the first family. But in regards of getting it on the big screen, they haven't had really big success with that. So why would I want to waste my time investing in a franchise that people don't really connect with? So maybe it was a mistake to try again with Fantastic Four. There's plenty of other movies that have flopped that I'm like, you know what, y'all should give that a go again. Maybe y'all need to remake Waterworld. I did kind of like that movie. Mad Max on a boat. That's basically what kind of a lot of the premises were back. Mad Max in space, Mad Max on a boat, Mad Max in the desert. Well, Mad Max was in the desert, so we couldn't do that one. But yeah, but they were never my favorite either. And I do agree with you. I saw Fantastic Four in the theaters. I thought it was all right. I didn't think it was the greatest. I did want more action. It was a little too sciency with a lot of the dialogue, which I don't mind because you want a lot of that sciency talk in there. But I would have liked to see the Fantastic Four utilize their powers a lot more. Disney Plus don't ever promote that. No, it seemed like they don't. But let something white come out because Hulu isn't attached to the Disney brand name. I mean, it should be. First of all, Hulu and Disney is all up under the same umbrella. When you acquire when you acquire Fox and their IP, which I believe Hulu is a part of that. It should be brought up in there, but I feel like Disney is the bigger name, the bigger brand. That may be so in business, but in regards of entertainment, not really. I feel like the goalposts are shifting. Disney is shocked that adults didn't like watching kid shows from their. I never watched a lot of. Well, you talking about like from the Disney Channel? I was never a Disney Channel kid. I was a Nick kid. I watched Nickelodeon more than anything. Avatar cost 600. Chill. Well, we might have its first flop because I don't know how you plan on making $4 billion. They can shove it wherever they want if they expect me to pay and sit through Avatar just to see a trailer for a movie with no strong plot. Okay, because I'm sitting there like, what the hell is Avatar about? I've always said it's Fern Gully in space. I saw the first Avatar. I just didn't care for him. I didn't care about the characters. I mean, it's pretty to look at, but that's about it. Is that the one with Michael B. Jordan? That wasn't a good one. Or you talking about the one with Jessica Alba? I mean, I was thoroughly entertained with that one. I don't know. Think if Avatar is going to make $1 billion like its other movies. I think it's quite frankly, I just think it's time for him to move on to something else. Okay, I mean, it might be Blue Pocahontas. That does sound pretty much on the nose. Hey, let's get through this story. So now we were talking about Disney before. In regards of them and the stunt they're going to be pulling with Doomsday, putting it in front of Avatar, whatever the case is, different trailers every week. But once upon a time, I don't even know if y'all knew this, but did y'all even know that Netflix was considering buying Disney before they put in their $82 billion bid, which you already know. Apparently, Paramount is still trying to fight this whole situation. But I'm sitting there like, sir, you had every opportunity to give in the bid that you wanted to give. You snooze, you lose. And so you screwed up. You got cocky. You thought you was going to do your big one, or you still was going to have a hold on this whole thing. You thought it was a lock, and Netflix bested you. And I know people are afraid what Ted Sarandos is going to do, whatever. But I feel like, you know what? I was thinking about this over the weekend. I'm like, we've been here before. Ted Sarandos, if you really look at it with Netflix, they revolutionized how we consume stuff in the digital world. Before Netflix even existed, there were DVDs. But Netflix took something different that we had never had before. Like with Blockbuster, you had to go into the store, which I was so happy when I grew up that I actually had, when I grew up in the suburbs, I had a Blockbuster video around the corner from my house. But every time we went up in there, every time we wanted to get a new release, they were all gone. So we always had to go to a further Blockbuster to get movies. I'm glad that we have the access to get these, because one thing I used to hate is that if I never got to see a film in the movies, like I said, the first Scream, because I was way too young when that movie came out. I wanted to see that movie when it first became available. And we had to, back in the day, in like the 90s, we had to wait years. Well, not years. That's way too long. We had to wait almost a year for the movie to get released from the theater to come on VHS or whatever. So a lot of times when we want to sit and watch those films, we had to wait a long time. But when that movie came out, I was like, "Oh my god, I need to see this movie." And then we would go. It was all sold out. So I like the fact that they kind of changed the thing. With Netflix, you go on their site, you order 5 movies or whatever, they send it to you. My father did. He would basically get the movies and burn blank copies, on a blank DVD. Would burn the copies, and we have it so that way we can, if you want to do a rewatch. Now with the streaming services, you can go on there, do a subscription, you can watch whatever you want at any time. The only thing I don't like is the fact that they hold on to the property for a short amount of time and then it's gone, and then you gotta either purchase the movie, or you gotta wait until they put it up on the streaming service again and catch it the next time. So that's the only issue. But so the way I look at Netflix revolutionized the way we consume content. I know people hate the word content because it's just a throwaway. But how we get our entertainment, how fast we get our entertainment, because we have to have it now, which is true. I know it's a good thing for some and a bad for others, but I always look at it as like a yin and a yang. As long as you can find the balance in between, I'm not someone who's overly excessive when it comes to things. I can find the balance in everything. But so I like that idea. So who knows? Maybe with Ted Sarandos coming on board and Netflix having their own studio, they will revolutionize the future of movies and cinema. I'm also hoping that could you imagine them also buying like a movie theater? Chain like an AMC or a Regal, something, or a Cinemark or something like that. Like that would be cool if they actually did something like that too. And it'd be like, yeah, we're changing the way that we that you go and see movies, whatever. But anyway, let's get into the story. So while it will still face competition from Paramount Skydance, Netflix is moving forward with its planned acquisition of Warner Brothers Discovery's film and television assets. When all is said and done, the company will own one of Hollywood's oldest movie studios and Warner Brothers Pictures, giving it a theatrical business to go with its streaming platforms. Of course, the big fear is that this is all part of Netflix's plan to destroy theaters and create a Netflix Warner Brothers HBO mega platform. And yes, if it happens, bet on the monthly subscription price skyrocketing. Oh, I already know that's coming. It seems Netflix has been on the hunt for a major acquisition for some time, as Bloomberg is reporting that the streamer previously considered buying Disney. That means it would have owned. Hold on, because I just realized I didn't put the picture up like I always do. Hold on a second. I was so busy getting into this conversation, I forgot to put it in. So let's get back to it. It seems Netflix has been on the hunt for a major acquisition for some time, as Bloomberg is reporting that the streamer previously considered buying Disney. That means it would have owned Marvel, Star Wars, and even the House of Mouse's theme parks and cruise ships. Well, maybe if Netflix owned Star Wars, they would probably do a much better job than Kathleen Kennedy, because these other Star Wars movies that come out have all been atrocious. EA was also considered, except Andor, EA was also considered, though the video game company has since negotiated a deal to go private with the help of a group of investors, including somewhat controversially, not y'all going get into business with Saudi goddamn Arabia. The same people that were trying to throw their money into the where the Ellisons were trying to use money from the public investment fund over in Saudi Arabia to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery. And my thing was this: I didn't even think about this. If David Ellison and Larry Ellison, to my Larry Ellison, because Larry Ellison is the one with the money. I'm sure that he invested in his son's vanity projects because you know how a lot of these rich people are. They don't work for the money. A lot of them are born into it. And David Ellison was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. So if David and Larry Ellison have all the money that they claim, why did y'all have to go to Jared Kushner and all these other people to come up with the money so that way you could bid on a studio when, as I've said 8 billion times in conversations regarding this whole situation, David Ellison has yet to prove that he can turn profit for Paramount. Like you literally just got there, what was it, in August? So you ain't been there long enough. You have yet to release any kind of show, any kind of movie or franchise, whatever, that has done gangbusters at the box office, which goes to show that you turn a profit. Yes, you're a great producer. You produce quite a few movies that I've liked, but what do you know about running a studio? So you got to prove that you know what the hell you're doing over there at Paramount first before you even think about trying to buy up something else. But I already told y'all what all that is. You're trying to buy up all the media. You're trying to buy up all the studios, so that way you can propagandize and indoctrinate people in whatever type of narrative you're trying to spread on the films and the news media. We already see it happening with CBS. So I've said this many a times. So in a way, I know a lot of people are scared about Netflix, but let's see what they're going to do before we start windmilling on them. So as it stands, Netflix's $82.7 billion acquisition of Warner Brothers will give it access to HBO, DC studios, and franchises such as Harry Potter and The Lord of the Cock Rings. As for why Netflix didn't get its hands on The House of Mouse, it's partly down to co-founder and chairman Reed Hastings, who avoids major deals because he prefers to build things from scratch. Also, executives could never coalesce behind a deal because they didn't want to hurt their stock price by overpaying for an asset that traded at a much lower multiple. Netflix co-CEO Ted Sarandos recently said that despite industry fears, he remains committed to the theatrical model for Warner Brothers titles, saying, quote, "We didn't buy this company to destroy that value. We're deeply committed to releasing Warner Brothers movies exactly the way they release those movies today. If we had this deal 24 months ago, all those movies we saw this year do so well at the box office for Warner Brothers would have been released in the same way in theaters." Talking about Minecraft, Superman, Weapons, Sinners, all those movies. And they were all hits, by the way. With the Warner Brothers operating entity, we think it's really important the way that they create and the way that they drive value. And look, he was about shorter windows, but I'm like, why shorter windows? First of all, the 42 days that you leave stuff in movie theaters, which is like literally a month and like a month and a half, I would say, if we want to be in the ballpark. Um, the way that y'all have the windows as it is, y'all be releasing stuff way too early. I mean, why not have the same standard of like, okay, just do 6 weeks in the theaters and then already put it out on digital and we can watch it at home. But I don't know how long the window they plan on doing before, say. Well, I think by the time Warner Brothers Discovery is owned by Netflix, the Batman Part 2 should be out. So we'll use that as an example. So if the Batman Part 2 comes out in October, right? Does that mean it's going to end up on Netflix in November, like before Thanksgiving? Is this the plan of what y'all planning on doing, or you're going to let that movie actually because of the type of IP it is, you're going to actually let it cook in the theaters and let people wait a little longer, and then possibly, if you want to do the digital release around Christmas, then you could do that. But at the end of the day, people have been so conditioned to be like, okay, a movie's going to come out in a month and I want to watch it at home, that they've been already spoiled into believing that. So now But then again, if people are conditioned to it, you can uncondition them, which is stretch out the release date, but instead of shortening it. But this is not what Ted Sarandos believes. So, as I said, multiplexes are struggling. And then they said that, oh, there was another article that I could bring up in passing that I thought was relatively fascinating. So they were talking about how, like, I forget who it was. I think it was somebody who works at Regal. The Hollywood Reporter did an article on, I guess, what people could do to get butts back in theaters or whatever. They mentioned something that I thought was relatively fascinating. They said something or another like, why don't they just incorporate a section in the theater, not in the theater, but in the movie theater, not inside the theater where people watch the movie, but on the outside and like maybe like a section of the thing. Because I used to work at Empire 25. That place got 6 floors, 25 movie theaters. You can actually do it on the no, you can't do it on the main floor. I would say do it on the next floor. So where theater 7, like across some, like I think it's theaters. Is it theater 13? Where it's like one of the big theaters. I haven't been there in a minute, but it was like as soon as you come up the escalator, there's a little area where they usually put like the big billboards and all the other stuff, the big cardboard cutout billboards, whatever. You can create a section over there where it's like you have ring lights set up and that sort of thing, where you can create like a little booth area. People go in who watch movies because you have those now what's becoming really popular. I don't do them, but they have the out of the theater reactions. You see John Campea does it, John Roca does it. Who else? Quite a few people. Christian Harloff does it every time he goes to the movies because I know he does the 34th Street one, or he'll be at Lincoln. Those are the two that I usually go to. He does out of theater reactions. Instead of having people holding their phone and looking weird over in the corner doing their reviews, do create a little booth area, whatever, or like a little section where they can go in and do their reviews, have them look good under the lighting or whatever the case is, have good sound or whatever, and then they could post up on their channel. It's a way for them to promote the movies, get people to come to the theater and start that whole situation. So y'all got to create little things to get people to come to the movies besides showing 4 different trailers for Avengers Doomsday before Avatar in order for y'all to get your $4 billion box office gross. So they got to find ways to get people to come out, like events or a Barbenheimer type situation. They'll figure it out. But I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Netflix consider buying Disney? I mean, quite as good, they could use the help because y'all had a lot of bombs, except Lilo and Stitch and Zootopia 2. And now I think they're hoping they're going to have another big hit with Avatar. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. The one with Jessica. Oh, yeah, that's what I said. It was the one with Jessica Alba. I didn't like the one with Miles Teller and Michael Bakari Jordan. How many times you going to make a movie about blue people? Okay, and the Smurfs movies was terrible. That's the thing with the rides at Animal Kingdom, pretty but kind of boring. Well, yeah, it sounds like an Avatar movie, pretty but kind of boring. The FTC needs to put a stop to these companies becoming becoming monopolies. Yeah, but when you have who in the White House, you really expecting them to do the right thing? People are so upset and jumping the gun, but about Netflix not having moving in the theaters or having movies in the theaters, I think it was meant. But not only Netflix had movies in theaters, but they had movies to win Oscars. Well, they felt like that they played the game because they had to put their movies in theaters in order to get Oscar consideration. Usually it was about 6. Yeah, it was like always half a year, something depending on the film. But our mind spans is not like that no more. Now we need it within a month. People are worried about Netflix, but Paramount is worse. Hello, Skydance is not doing DI, and they haven't made any changes to Paramount Plus. That's why I said it's like people who sit and defend Paramount Plus. It's like you really haven't been paying attention. Now you can get them at stores within 3 to 4 months. And didn't Robert, you mentioned that Welcome to Derry is going to be released in like a physical DVD situation? I might actually get that. First of all, I didn't see the finale, so I don't want no spoilers. But I did see that picture with Richie giving the finger to Pennywise. I did see that once. I was like, spoiler. But I do need to see the movie. And it's funny, I mean the show. It's funny said that this is the Welcome to Derry is a sequel. I'm like, how when it took place as a prequel? But I guess when I watched the episode, then it'll all make sense. So I don't want nobody telling me what had happened. I'm just going off of stuff that I heard. And also Paramount and Netflix just built billion-dollar studios. Exactly. And that's what I was thinking. I'm like, sure, I might want a job over there at Netflix. I was gonna say maybe that's why I'm being a little biased, but no, I just don't like the politics of what Paramount is doing. The streaming service price will go up either way. I currently pay $12.99 with Paramount Plus. If Paramount Plus gets WB, the price will, yeah, exactly. But how much is it gonna cost with no ads? That's what I'm curious about because all the ones I pay for except Peacock has no ads. Peacock, I do have ads at the moment. I'm thinking about changing it because the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills new season just started, and plus there's some stuff on there that I do want to watch, and I don't know if I want to keep going through the ads because I'm already being driven crazy with all the ads on YouTube. So I'm considering just upping the price on Paramount just so that way I can get it ad free. He said Netflix, I mean not Paramount. Who did I say? Peacock. There's so many goddamn shows with P's. We got Prime Video, we got Paramount, Peacock. I was like, God damn, why so many P's? PPP. The loan. It said Netflix only wanted Warner Brothers Studios at HBO Max. They didn't want the news. Okay, but I think they'll be able to split that off. I don't think they care about news and all other stuff. They'll be able to split that off. And plus with Netflix, I do like Netflix, that whole motto. And look, they're about to put podcasts on there. So yeah, I am vying for one. A slot. He said if Paramount gets Warner Brothers, they can control whatever narrative. Exactly. And I don't want that. I don't want you putting your political spin on whatever it is that I'm watching. If you want to believe what you want to believe and make it a little propaganda, make it specifically for whatever movie. You don't have to turn a whole network into it. It's like Fox News, they got their fake narrative news over there. I don't watch it because I know what they give. Although I will watch YouTubers who do videos and react to whatever they're saying on there, so I don't have to sit through it. But no, I'm not sitting there watching that mess. But now you want to put it in on our streaming services. That's what happens when these billionaires or oligarchs wants to own media and movies, which they know nothing about. Let's not forget. Child. Wait, is it on Apple TV? Hold on. Is it up there? Because I'm like, child, I will watch that tonight. But I can't. I gotta watch It Welcome to Derry. Y'all gonna have me busy tonight. Hold on, let me check. Wait, is it on there to rent? Where is my Apple TV Plus? Because I'm like, oh wait, F1 is up here. I saw that in the movies. I do want to watch that again. I gotta watch Pluribus too. Yeah, I was like, is it up here? All right, I'll take your word for it. But yeah, I'm seeing that's up here. I don't know. I'm in the middle of a live, so I guess I'm not really fully concentrating. But and Invasion, that show was so damn boring. I don't know how people get through that. I could never finish that show. I always believe that you can get me that you can get me your pay to see a movie in theaters. Wait, so I always believe that you can get me to pay to see a movie in theaters or have me pay for the streaming service. I refuse to play both. Well, it depends because I don't go to the movies all the time. I will go see a movie if I want to, depending on the film. But I'm not gonna sit like I've never seen an Avatar movie in the theater. Those movies are too long. I don't have the patience. Like I barely had the patience to sit and watch Kill Bill, that 4 hour version. I was ready to go because I'm like, damn, it's about to be midnight, and I'm still here watching this movie. And I knew the commute was going to be a bitch getting back home. Disney movies could actually prove successful if the executives stopped constantly meddling and restricting the visions. Well, it's probably because they feel like it hits a limited demographic. If you do Disney. Like Disney's demographic is very limited. I mean, yeah, it's kids, but to me, it's too frou-frou with them. I like a little edge with my kids' entertainment. That's why I was a Nick kid, not realizing that some of them adults and some of the inappropriate stuff they was putting in them shows. Didn't think about that back then. With Netflix buying Warner Brothers, they can help with the gaming brand. Well, they could definitely use that. Warner Brothers was horrible at gaming, always canceling games like Wonder Woman. So yeah, I forgot that they have a little experience with gaming. Oh, that was a long ass movie. Like you said, Kills of the Flower Moon, Kiss of the Spider Woman. I mean, tomato, tomato. Well, if you actually want to watch Kiss of the Spider Woman, you can rent it off Prime Video. I saw it up there the other day. You could just rent it at home instead of buying it. I considered renting it. Emphasis on the considered. I'll just wait for it to pop up on the streaming service and I'll watch it that way. All right, y'all. So now let's move on to some gossip. And let's talk about Ebro Darden and them over there at Ebro in the morning. So I don't know if y'all heard, but I don't know if people have access to this show or whatever the case is, because I only know Hot 97 being like one of the big prominent radio stations in New York, but I'm sure that they're syndicated so people hear their shows in other places. But yeah, the news came out that Ebro in the morning has been canceled, and he believes that it has to do with the current administration and the fact that the guy who owns Hot 97 is a casino owner and they just got the licenses for the casino. Child, I think he might be my boss too, because y'all know I work in City Field. And there's a couple of people that's partnering up with those casinos. Like I got the whole email and everything regarding, the possibility that I could be working there and all this other stuff. I just need to figure out what all this stuff means. But we're hearing like with the new season of the Mets coming up, which don't even get me started on the trading that's going on over there at the Mets, the fact that y'all lost Pete Alonso. Still reeling over that. But nevertheless, with that whole situation, everybody's trying to figure out that whole parking situation and how that's going to affect a lot of people that drive in rather than getting on the trains, because the trains can be very unpredictable and stuff. But then during the Med season, they always make sure those trains is running, because you got to get those fans in and out of when you're coming into Flushing. So with all that being said, I know that's like a whole nother tangent, a whole nother situation. So I was just thinking about that with the casinos and everything. But Ebro went and did a video in his car, because I was like, when I was reading all this stuff, I don't know why it wasn't computing. Like I'm sitting there like, nah, there's no way in hell they canceled that show. And I don't know, and I will say this, I don't really watch Ebro in the morning like that, but there are clips of his show that I do check out on YouTube, and they do go in a lot on a lot of politics, all this other stuff. Particularly, he goes in on Trump, but he feels like because of his recent interview that he did on Andrew Cuomo, and they ate him up to the point that Andrew hung up on them. Andrew might have put in a word to the boss and was like, fire them. But sir, you the one that's out of a job because you didn't become the mayor of New York. We're about to get Zoran Kwame Mamdani as the mayor of New York. He about to be sworn in. And yesterday he did a sit down where he talked to people, a listen in, I guess is what they call it. I'm listening, a listen in. But anyway, I have a clip of him in his car talking about his theory on why he believes that Ebro in the morning was canceled. So we're going to listen to this clip and then we'll come back and let me make sure the audio is up. Please hold.
If you look around all the major media outlets, look at all the major media outlets, man. All of them. Look at all of them. They all got to fold up because they all trying to renew their deals, their licenses. They all, well, in this particular situation, we'll get into more specifics another time. Bro's a casino owner. You know those 3 licenses that they got here in New York City for the casinos? The guy that owns the shit owns one of the casinos licenses. He got to raise $500,000, bro. $500 million, excuse me. They need my shit talking anti-Netanyahu, anti-government progressive shit out the way, bro. They need me out the way. They trying to get to these bags that these VCs got, raise some capital. They don't really care, like, especially for like a Hot 97 and a WBLS. They don't give a fuck about hip hop or black music or black community. They don't give a fuck about none of that. They give a fuck about access. They give a fuck about being able to bring their little nerdy friends to the concerts because that helps them raise money. They've been trying to get to me for years, bro. Years.
Well, you know what? He's absolutely right about that last part because I've been seeing a lot of those people that used to about the nerdy friends. When he was saying that, I was like, yeah, I see a lot of them at the garden. I definitely be seeing a lot of them hanging out at the garden in the suites and that sort of thing where they come in. I mean, I just saw them this past weekend at Jingle Ball. So those very people he talking about when you got these corporate people that's coming up in there and having their Christmas parties and all this stuff. Well, I forgot to tell y'all that I did Jingle Ball. We'll talk about that after the segment. Just remind me in the comments. But yeah, he's absolutely right about that. It's like you get a lot of these corporate people. It's like you're messing with their bottom line, and it's affecting them at the end of the day. And I like Laura Stiles, and I like Ebro, and I like Peter Rosenberg, almost forgot his name. And because they be up in here, yeah, they be saying a whole lot of stuff they need to be saying. At least they be up in here on point when it comes to the politics and calling out the thing. And one of my friends said this, and I was like, shout out to DJ. He was absolutely correct. He's like, yeah, the Breakfast Club is still on. Yeah, because you got a bunch of damn idiots over there on that damn channel. Charlamagne don't know what the hell he's talking about. He another Stephen A. Smith. He's like a lighter version of him, where you just be saying dumb shit for and don't just be educating yourself enough on a lot of things. Stephen just be loud and wrong for the sake of being loud and wrong because he cucking himself to them, tap dancing for them white dollars. Shout out to Joy Reid for eating him up with that recent read that she did. If y'all haven't seen that video, definitely check out what she had to say. Charlamagne was talking about just he not Larius is an idiot. The only one on there that I particularly like, and I'm not going to windmill on them too much, is Lauren LaRosa. She's the only one because she's got a journalistic background. She does her fact checking. She just reports the news and she minds her damn business. The rest of them on there is like looking at the three dingbat amigos and Lauren. That's literally what that show is. But a lot of times when you're in a place where you're on a corporate network and you're spewing out the anti-establishment shit, it's only a matter of time before you end up on the unemployment line. So I'm not surprised by this at all. But in addition to that, of course, Drake decided to jump on the line and be shady with a little comment that he made. He posted when I guess Ebro posted the video that I just showed y'all in regards to the whole Ebro and his morning show got axed, and now he's saying it's because of the right wing. So Drake posted an axe emoji, trying to be funny. This boy is so damn corny. So anyway, let's get into that story because it was like, oh, now Drake got some shit to say in regards to this situation. So yeah, as y'all know, they were canceled. He left, well, they said axe, hatchet, tomato, whatever. So the radio hosts, specifically Rosenberg and Ebro, have criticized him a lot across his career. As it turns out, they didn't appreciate the online gloat. Darden took to Twitter to react to Drizzy's comment with a simple claim. He said Drake is right wing, and so is what is SAK? They put a small S. Are you talking about academics? I don't know who that is. I mean, if y'all know who that is, then let me know. And then he tweeted and said, Rosenberg, on the other hand, basically had this to say. He said, it's behavior like this that has made it impossible for people to defend the whack shit that he does. But happy Hanukkah, my one-time pal. Yeah, he's half Jewish. That's why he said that. I truly wish you well, even Drake is, not Peter. I truly wish you well, even if you're celebrating what you believe is our demise. Spoiler alert, we're about to be much bigger now than that. We won't be held back by a company that is and has been completely lost ever since they bought the station. Well, look, and I've been saying this too. So when I heard about this story, I was like, go independent. That's what everybody else did. Not to compare him to Don Lemon and Joy Reid, but take the direction they're going to, and they are, because I just saw a post where they basically created a YouTube channel, so you'll be able to see Ebro in the morning on a YouTube channel. They'll just own the IP or whatever they're going to call it, and they'll be able to do their show that way without corporate people telling them what they can and cannot say. They'll put it on YouTube. They'll hopefully get some sponsors, and they'll be able to make their money, which is a smart way to do it anyway. The only difference is, yeah, Ebro and them have been calling out the establishment for a while. So unlike Joy Reid and Don Lemon, who played the game because as long as they checks cleared, they spewed whatever propaganda, corporate centrist propaganda that they were told to do, reading off a teleprompter. But then when y'all asses ended up getting fired because you decided to kind of sort of rock the boat a little bit for whatever reason, now y'all want to come out unhinged and unleashed. And now you want to speak on the thing. I mean, I'm glad y'all decided to wake up and come to the conclusion of what the rest of us over here have been doing. But for the most part, you don't get no kudos for it. At least they were out here saying what they've been saying for the longest, and now they got fired. But now, I will say this: there was somebody that debunked this and said that I don't know if it was Grok, but you can't believe what Grok says because you know who owns it and who programs it to spew the bullshit. Like, you had Grok literally say that Elon Musk is in better shape than LeBron James. When I saw that post, I'm like, I know you lying. So y'all, they teach the AI to lie. But they went in and posted a list of stuff of there is no actual fact that Drake is right wing. And he has supported a lot of liberal causes. So maybe it's a stunt in the show. Maybe for the image, he'll throw a little money at liberal causes because it looks good on paper. He doesn't want to alienate a certain base. I mean, his girl Nicki Minaj don't have a problem alienating the base to follow Donald Trumpian propagandized bullshit and spread it on social media. Well, we're gonna get into that story later on. But so nobody should be shocked or surprised by all this, but you never know. Some people they like they're wolves in sheep's clothing. So what people need to realize all this stems from is because they have criticized him over the years, but I think also because they called out the whole situation between Drake and Kendrick Lamar, which to this day we have all stood 10 toes down and said, Drake, you was wrong in how you approached this whole situation. You were absolutely incorrect on how you approached this whole beef with you and Kendrick. Like, you sat out here looking like a straight up Blaren, a black Karen, where, oh, because y'all came out here and made these accusations about me, now I want to file lawsuits. That's what white women do. And you giving me white bitch ass and tease. I understand you half white. Now you tapped into your white side, even though you culturally benefited off of black music. Because like I said, because it benefits you. So you're mad at people for calling out the thing of what it is. It's like, those of us who've been doing this and love and respect the art of hip hop, we're going to call it for what it is. We're not going to kiss your ass because you one of the biggest pop stars on the planet. Because you give people, because you like the Burger King of rap. Because you're giving people the hip hop fast food. We supposed to be mad over that? Are we supposed to be kissing your behind because you're the biggest star on the planet? That's not how that works, sir. So yeah, who knows if Drake will come out and say something else? Does it matter? If he tries to throw, I mean, you putting up a hatchet emoji, I'm like, that is so damn corny, whatever. But maybe you can hire somebody to come up, like, help you with a good read, because a lot of you over there at Young Money, y'all not good at y'all be trying with the trolling and the clapbacks, but y'all not good with the stunts, the shows, and the reads, because Nicki Minaj got annihilated by quite a few people, Cardi B, in the reading department, and that's on Twitter. Megan Thee Stallion and Remy Ma. I almost forgot her damn name. And now you got this one got annihilated by Kendrick lyrically. Because you're not like us. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding what's going on with Ebro in the morning? Unfortunately, they were canceled for speaking out speaking on their opinions. Some people saying like the guy, because of the whole casino thing, he needs all that stuff to go through. And there could have been some people that was like, you know what, that show over there, Ebro in the morning, I think if you want this thing to go through, you need to start cleaning the house. These people that's been speaking out against what it is we're doing over here or any kind of sinister things, I need you to get rid of those mouthpieces, which is fine because we're like, we can go in the podcast form. We can go on these other things so we can speak freely, whereas you can't speak freely on these corporate sponsored networks like a Hot 97, whoever owns that station, because I used to love Hot 97, but Hot 97 been a mess. Look, I already told you I ain't listened to the radio since Wendy Williams left to go work on the Wendy Williams show. That was the last time I listened to any kind of radio. So let me know what you guys think. Oh, and speaking of which, they said that Funkmaster Flex will now move into the morning slot. I'm like, child, don't nobody care about no Funk Flex. Yeah, he's a legend in the music industry, but as a morning show host, no. Y'all might as well bring Star and Buck Wild back. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. And that wasn't a read towards Star and Buck Wild. They were actually quite entertaining. I mean, they did do some inappropriate shit back in the day. Didn't they do like after Aaliyah died, they played the noises of a plane crash happening? That's what I said. Going outside, pathetic. Ebro was also on Apple Music. I bet he could take that show. Yeah. He does do a lot of interviews with Apple Music, so he could probably work out a deal with Apple Music, being like, now that I'm a free agent over here, can I create a show over here and do it there and post it up on, like I said, he's got a YouTube channel, so I'm sure he'll be posting stuff up there on the network. And I always found it weird because when I would watch some of the Ebro in the morning clips, a lot of them were doing it like like how I'm doing my show. They be on camera doing it. I'm like, why y'all doing y'all show like that? That was always weird to me how y'all would do it. I was like, y'all can't all be in a studio together. Funny as Drake lost both the white and black sides. Okay. Well, the white people will still support him. So with you. All right. So now let's get into more drama. And let's talk about Russell Simmons. So apparently he's clapping back at his ex-wife Kimora because she has said something negative, basically saying that she don't maintain relationships with her children's fathers, probably because of whatever was going on in her personal life with them. But I'm sitting there like, ma'am, nobody put a gun to your head and told you to lay down and have kids with all these different men, because it all can't be on them. And that's no shade. I'm just saying, that's like people call people in their life. You got to take responsibility in that too. But let's get into the story. So, and she also called the men in general weird. So does that mean you're going to be like Portia Williams and be a lesbian? Because all of a sudden now she with a stud. And I'm sure that she's going to use this as a storyline to be on the next season of Housewives. But to be quite frankly, women dipping into the lady pond late in life on a Housewives franchise, it's getting so old. It's getting so tired. It's like Kyle Richards tried playing in our faces with that mess before. Now she wouldn't come out and admit that, yeah, she was kind of dipping her toe in the lady pond. But because everybody was all up in her business, it shied away. I'm like, girl, you a public figure. What you expect? Whether you was with Peen, whether you was with a Nathan's hot dog, or you was with some clam chowder, somebody was gonna be up in your business. So he said, I gave you $50,000 a month for 20 years. I was your best / only friend. Child, the shade. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull. Is there an actual? Oh no, it's a thread. Uncle Rush. Hold on. Let me I can pull it up because I open up the thread. I didn't even, this is my first time looking. Sometimes when I be pulling up stories, I don't be having all of my stuff together. Okay, so oh wait, no, that's not what I want to do. I was like, can I expand it? I still haven't figured out threads and the whole thing. So basically, I gave you 50,000 a month for 20 years. I was your best slash only friend. I'm the godfather to your other 3 kids until one day you stole my stock. I have been fighting for my kids' love and my bread ever since. You threatened that if I sued you, I would never speak to my kids again. There are 2 sides to every story. Oh, I've always said Kimora is evil in so many ways that she ain't. Well, I can't say evil. I'll say she ain't innocent in a lot of the situations that is going on between her and Russell. Because I'm sitting there like, how's all your baby fathers trash? And don't even get me started on that recent one. Didn't he go to jail for committing white collar crimes and like embezzlement? So, come on, what's good? Now, Restful Kimora, I should say, hasn't responded to Page Six's request for comment. Now, the former couple who were married from 1998 to 2009 shared daughters Ming Lee, who's 25, and Aoki Lee, 23. She also has 3 sons from 2 other exes and a son she adopted in 2020. Usually, I would say that I co-parent okay, but the kids are with me full time. This is what she told people in an interview published on Thursday. I'm pretty much the primary parent. It's difficult, but I don't know sometimes what other people are thinking. Guys are weird. Well, yeah, guys don't really share their feelings and stuff. So that's probably what she's getting at. She said, if I wasn't this person, I don't know if we would have made it or if we would be okay. She added of her family. Now, back in May, Kimora noted that Russell's relationship with daughter Aoki was non existent. She stated at the time, I do the allowance, and no, it hasn't been upped recently. Now, Kimora has put her life as a single mom to 5 kids on full display with a new series called Kimora Back in the Fab Lane. Well, I have not seen the show. I don't know if the show's good or not. I know it's on E, which basically means it's on Peacock, probably. And no, I haven't seen the show, so I don't even know if it's a good show or not. Like back in the day, I did watch Kimora Life in the Fab Lane. I did watch that show back in the day because when I was all big on reality shows and people being fabulous and all that other stuff, but now it's just like I've outgrown all of that. I just don't be caring enough to want to watch people live fabulous lives, especially in the current environment in which we're in right now, where people are struggling. Ain't nobody got time to be living in no fantasy land. The only show that I would be willing to put up with people living the fab life and all the other stuff with drama would be the Housewives of Beverly Hills because I'm fully invested in that franchise. But anything new, I don't know. I don't know if I can get 110% behind that. So, as he said, there's 2 sides to every story. Quite frankly, I would think I wouldn't put none past Kimora or Russell that they both are vile human beings. So I wouldn't be, I mean, he ain't no innocent in the stuff he doing either, especially with the accusations of him assaulting quite a few women are out there in the ether. So, um, I guess that's all we got to say on that. We don't really need to elaborate on that story unless Kimora comes out and says something, or they really start to spill what's really going on between them two in their non-existent relationship. So he says that she's keeping him from his kids, or whatever the case is. I'm sure that you can find ways to make an effort to want to spend quality time with your children. I mean, put it out there. You put it out there on social media. It's like, yeah, I'm trying to get with my kids. I'm trying to spend time with them. I want them to come out to Bali because I don't know if he can come back to New York. I mean, come back. Well, yeah, New York or wherever Kimora lives. I don't think he can come back to the U.S. Although he has said that he has come in and out of the U.S. and he hasn't been stopped or placed under arrest for whatever accusations he's being accused of. So yeah, I want to hear from y'all in regards to this story. Who do you believe or who you don't believe, or do you think they both are vile human beings? So whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. All right, Brittany. Yeah, I believe it too. She ain't that damn innocent. Did you hear Manila Luzon is going to be on the next season of Worst Cooks in America? No, I'm just now hearing about that now. I did not know that they were going to be on there. I mean, I'm glad she got a gig. One of my friends told me that they saw Bob and Safira's show while they was out in Texas. Um, they had a show. What was it? Safira, I believe, opened. Bob performed, whatever. They said it was a good show. Now, if you really want to know who I was talking about, a YouTuber that talks about drag queens that recently went to go see Bob and Safira's show in Texas. That should be all the clues I've given you who we was talking about. They go on there and rant sometimes like I do. They say, I wonder how the show will work without Ant. Yeah, I mean, they would have to find a new way to make to revive the show. Don't try to copy what Ann Burrell did, but yeah, don't try to copy what Ann Burrell did. Just go in and do whoever they hire, just do your own thing, just change up the show a little bit. And there's that. This has happened before where people they cancel shows or people pass away and then they bring in a new host. I'm actually curious to see how this new Fear Factor is going to be. I'm glad they didn't bring Joe Rogan back, probably because he would have been asking for way too much. But I'm actually curious to see how this new Fear Factor is going to be. And I think it's smart that they got Johnny Knoxville to host it, especially with all the crazy stuff Johnny Knoxville did back in the days of Jackass. All right, y'all. So before we get to the rest of the topics, we got 4 more topics left to go. So before we get to those final 4, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, and also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Please and thank you. Now, without further ado, let's talk about Lizzo. So Lizzo looks like she scored a big win in her lawsuit against 3 of her former backup dancers. But it's a small win. But nevertheless, girl, you still not off the hook, quiet as it's kept. So, excuse me. All right. So, a California judge has removed fat shaming allegations from the lawsuit targeting Lizzo. Excuse me, delivering a notable legal win for the singer as the case continues to unfold. I'm like, how do you accusing a fat girl of fat shaming you? Where they do that at? But that ain't how she got away with it. Now, they said the ruling cuts down one of the most damaging claims made by her former dancers and shifts the focus of the ongoing dispute. The lawsuit was filed by Ariana Davis, Noel Rodriguez, and Crystal Williams, who accused Lizzo of inappropriate conduct during their time on tour. While multiple allegations were originally included, the court has now determined that the fat shaming claims will not move forward. At the center of the decision was a secret recording made by Davis during a private dancer meeting. Court's findings show the recording was created without permission and later shared with Williams, who was no longer employed at the special tour at the time, or on the special tour at the time. The judge ruled that well, you know what? Um, there was a breach of trust there. So if you are sharing information with somebody who doesn't work at the company, whatever the case is, um, why are you giving someone ammunition and try to get a payday out of somebody because you were fired? Because the judge basically said that the conduct justified Davis's termination. First of all, you shouldn't have been secretly recording me in any kind of a meeting. And then what if there was conversations where where we're talking like real creative business stuff and you're recording it and somebody gets this information and goes and uses it for their own show, whatever case. Like you never know who when it comes to this type of footage or whatever the case is, whose hands it's exchanging. So Lizzo's legal team has maintained that the accusations lack factual support from the start. Attorneys Marty Singer and Melissa Glass told TMZ that 18 witnesses, testified and rejected the narrative that Lizzo body shamed her dancers, reinforcing the court's decision to dismiss those claims. After the ruling, the plaintiffs opted not to appeal the dismissal of the fat shaming allegations. Still, their attorney Ronald Zambrano emphasized that the lawsuit is far from over. Well, yeah, they did throw that out, but there's still other allegations that she's up on, including the inappropriate stuff that she allegedly made her dancers do at some club where some girl, I guess, shoots balls out of her coochie or something. Like I don't know. It was something that was crazy that was going on. She had them at like I guess we could call it a sex club. And my thing is this: I don't care how friendly or how loose I am with people. I'm not going if I'm the boss, I'm not inviting my coworkers or my what do you call it, your employers to go to a club where some girl is pleasuring herself with a banana. I'm just using it as an example, or whatever the case is, or doing sexual things, or she wants you to do sexual things to the dancers for her entertainment because she freaky. It's like my freakiness is amongst people that I know are into the same things I am, and we go to those clubs and we do those things together. Or if I'm in a relationship and I'm with my significant other and we're going to a party or whatever and allows this stuff, I'm not bringing my people that I work with to these places. It's like you got to learn that the people I hire or work for me, y'all go over there and do y'all thing. I'm gonna be over here doing my thing with my people because we can't mix the business and pleasure thing. But I understand in this industry, the lines definitely get blurred. I've been around in situations where, yes, even when you're in those corporate offices that do something like a VH1 or whatever, it's way more lax than you would work in compared to a regular corporate type of a job. So the entertainment industry is on a whole nother plane when it comes to that. So in a statement to TMZ, he said, "We are as Ronald Zambrano, that's what he said. We are maintaining that Judge Epstein was correct in his ruling denying Lizzo's special motion to strike the vast majority of claims they attacked, including false imprisonment and harassment. In of the couple of claims Judge Epstein did dismiss, the plaintiffs have taken a considered approach to leave that be. One would hope to see the same level of intellectual honesty and neutral assessment from the defendants, but that hasn't been the case thus far and is disappointing. Now, although the fat shaming claims are now at the table, Lizzo continues to face other serious accusations. The remaining claims include allegations that she pressured dancers to interact with nude performers at Bananen Bar in Amsterdam. Lizzo has denied those allegations through her attorneys, who said they are confident she will ultimately prevail. She had previously addressed the emotional impact of the lawsuit during a 2024 interview with Keke Palmer, where she said she was blindsided by the accusations. Well, we'll see how all this turns out. We'll just have to see how this all turns out as the story develops. But I do wonder this: do y'all think that because of this whole situation, that this is why um Lizzo has had like a slump in her career? Because to be honest, I like those. Oh my god, I totally forgot to add her mixtape to one of my favorite albums of the year. I gotta. That's one thing I hate about album of the year. Like I'll be coming up with and I'll hit send. Then I gotta add more. I start adding more songs to it or albums. I'm gonna have to do that because I totally forgot. But I like Lizzo when she's rap Lizzo. I don't particularly like the little like sound like commercial jingle songs that she does. So I'm actually I do wonder like do you guys think that this is what's affected her career in a lot of ways? This whole accusations, or is it that people just don't be feeling her music like that? Like she has some bops that I'm Ready to Be Loved song I like, About Damn Time. Like just a couple of bops. They play a lot of them at when I'm at the Garden. But there's been a couple of bops, but as far as like an overall like favorite artist, she is not even in my top. But I do like some of the songs that she does. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Lizzo? She got a legal win so far in regards to them being able to throw out the accusations of, them using recorded footage without her permission and trying to submit that in court and all this other stuff, the fat shaming and all of that. But all the other allegations, she's still standing up on, like the inappropriate stuff at the clubs and all that. This is why I said, girl, don't mix the business and play. Her and Andy Cohen, if this is true with her, need to learn. Stop getting too close with these people because you say the wrong thing, you make the wrong move, whatever the case is. Oh, they'll try to find a way to use this against you. Everybody out here is sue happy because they don't be paying these dancers and stuff a lot of money when they touring and performing. So yeah, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Another thing I was going to do, I was going to bring up the Lady Gaga video about how they was talking about how people, the whole thing that happened with Australia, how disastrous that show was, the amount of people that were in there and couldn't see the show and blah, blah, blah. I was like, these are the same things I told y'all when she did the arena show. And how people were stuck outside and they had to wait, like, it was just a whole dramatic mess. But I'm like, the tour is over for the rest of the year until next year. So I'm like, who cares, right? But if y'all want to check that out, it's definitely on my website. Anyway, now let's move on to another lawsuit. And let's talk about Tyra Banks. So now Tyra Banks has been hit with a $2.8 million lawsuit tied to an ice cream shop that she was planning on opening in DC. So apparently what happened was she was planning on opening up a ice cream shop in DC. She was going to lease, or I don't know, rent or lease the place. And I guess at the last minute she changed her mind, and now the landlord of the building is planning on suing. So court documents exclusively obtained by the Daily Mail reveal the supermodel's former landlord has filed a $2.8 million lawsuit against her for breach of contract. Christopher Powell alleged in the October 2025 complaint. Why are we just now hearing about this? That Banks, who's 52, entered a 10-year commercial lease to open an ice cream shop and learning center called Smize and Dream at his Washington, D.C. property, but then abruptly backed out and refused to pay the rent. He's claiming that Banks and her longtime partner, Louis Bellinger Martin, who is also, or Bellinger, I think as he said, Martin, who is also being sued, fabricated grievances to justify their breach, and that Banks weaponized her celebrity influence to deter Powell from filing a lawsuit. The disgruntled landlord, who's 35, who claims he met the former model, I should say, in March of 2024, said she won him over with her heartwarming story about why she wanted to open an ice cream shop. Well, remember, she also used to do a talk show, so she knows how to get up and tug on the heartstrings. Per court docs, Banks had childhood memories of eating ice cream with her mother, Carolyn London, while they would bond and chat about their goals, their dreams, and the laser focus required to make them a reality. In an exclusive interview with the Daily Mail, Powell claimed that the supermodel even brought him ice cream to sweeten the deal and praised the Black entrepreneur on his success, saying she was proud of him. The real estate investor and developer had worked hard to acquire the property on his 32nd birthday on February 22nd, 2022. So 2/22/22. He said the building held special significance because his mother had been a fan of boutiques, and he would often help her sell jewelry and clothes in Eastern Market, where the commercial space is located. He stressed, however, that he was enamored by Banks' celebrity status and still did his due diligence to ensure she would be a good tenant for the property, adding, "It was the lot to get here. It was unfortunate how it all turned out." Now, in his complaint, Powell said that Banks also told him that she had plans to give back to the community because the shop would also serve as a place to provide underserved youth in Washington the education in science, sales, and hospitality. The venture was reportedly branded as a School of Smize. Why has she always got to put Smize in every goddamn thing? And Powell said he believed in Banks' ability to leverage her business acumen and her celebrity to make the business a success. On April 17, 2024, the party signed the lease and began meeting with architects and designers, receiving various machines and supplies, and allegedly spending thousands of dollars to meet Banks' demands per the complaint. However, in June of that year, Banks and Martin allegedly abruptly abandoned the premises and were refusing to pay rent. Powell claimed to the Daily Mail that although he was informed by Banks and Martin that they were vacationing that they were vacating. I want to say vacationing in space. I'm like, what? Vacating the space. He was under the assumption that they would still uphold the lease because they could sublet it to someone else. He claimed that this point that he and his former attorney did not seek clarification on this matter and instead told Banks and Martin that Powell simply was not accepting the termination, not willing to take the keys back, and that Banks and Martin needed to look into what other options they could take. Then Powell claimed that he was taken aback when in July he turned on the news and saw Banks enjoying an ice cream at a pop-up shop in the nearby neighborhood of Woodley Park with none other than then Vice President Kamala Harris. Oh, I did see that picture. The developer noted that the high profile sighting felt like a slap in the face. So, what probably happened was that she sold him this sob story, which I totally get. She sold him a sob story. She was like, "Oh, I like this, I like the space. basically got on him and was like, sold him a little thing and tugged on the heartstrings a little bit as people normally do. And it was like, you know what? I actually like what you're saying. I want to give you the venue, whatever, so on and so forth. And what she probably did was instead of, settling on this one place, what you should have been doing is looking at multiple places and then came to your conclusion then. Had like a little bidding war or whatever. I don't know. So she should have did that. But I guess what she did was she found a place that was probably less expensive and was like, you know what? I like that other place, but this is better. And this is what I want to go with. So I'm assuming that was probably the case. And now this guy is upset over it because it's like, yeah, a lot of money was burned, a lot of money was wasted, and now I got to come in with something else. In that sort of situation. So hold on, it's like did I lose my spot? Oh yeah, I did. Because I was like, I had to find that other picture. I was stalling while I was looking for that Kamala Harris photo. Okay, so they said the developer noted that the high-profile sighting felt like a slap in the face. Now, Powell's court filing alleged that it wasn't until September of 2024 that Banks and Martin sent a letter explaining how they suddenly vacated premises because they were promised the entire building. Powell claimed in the filing that the latter allegation was an outrageous and easily disprovable lie. He provided in his complaint a series of texts purportedly sent between him and Martin prior to the lease signing, in which Banks' partner asked, "Is this full of building available?" Yeah, they got the whole thing. She said, "Hello, Chris. I'm on an airplane traveling internationally, so I'm not sure of what time it is in Washington, D.C., and I apologize if this is at an odd hour. We have seen the listing on 218 7th Street, SE, and are on our way to Washington, D.C. from Australia and would like to see it. We are interested in all of the building if it is available. Looking forward to hearing from you, Lewis." Hi, Lewis. Are you looking to rent the full building? And then it says, is the full building available to rent? There are 2 apartments that are currently rented. Everything else is available, 2 retail spaces and 2 office spaces. Then he goes and responds, okay, we are interested in seeing these available spaces. What is the square footage of the available space and the price per square foot of the different floors? And then he goes on and says the 2 retail spaces come together as one at almost 4,000 square feet. The price is $14,000 monthly for that space. The front office space, which I'm currently converting to live workspace, is 625 square feet and will be 4,000 a month. Well, shit, if I had that kind of money, I definitely would rent that out. Is that I'm currently converting a live workspace is 625 feet and will be renting at $4,000 a month. The back office space, which is also being converted, is 825 square feet and will be renting at $4,500. So he was letting them know from the jump what was the tea. And show the text. Now, Banks and Martin claimed in the notice that Powell failed and was entirely unable to deliver 40% of the promised premises to School of Smize. They further claimed that Powell did not respond to the notice until August of 2025, at which point he allegedly requested an exorbitant ransom of $2,951,331. Now, after defendants refused to kowtow to plaintiff's celebrity shakedown, plaintiff commenced this action by filing a complaint rife with outrageous lies and slanders. The moment to dismiss alleged, adding Powell was engaging in an opportunistic ploy. In response, Powell's attorney, Adamu, Aziki Adamu. Okay, I got it now. Because, sometimes with these, it'd be a tongue twister. Told the Daily Mail on Wednesday, defendants used hot button words like ransom and extortion so they could recast a valid legal case as a celebrity shakedown and discredit my client's claims. Mr. Powell is deeply disappointed and offended by the false accusations, especially in light of its repeated efforts to resolve this matter privately and amicably. Mr. Powell has worked with other high-profile clients with only positive results and speaks publicly now solely to protect his professional reputation. He added, refuting any allegations that her client may be speaking out for fame or other ulterior motives. Adamo concluded his demand is solely for the amount to which he was entitled under the lease. To date, my client remains open to resolving this matter in good faith, but defendants prefer to drag him through litigation despite knowing they are in flagrant breach. All we ask is that the court enforce a valid contract. Now, in his original complaint, Powell said Banks and Martin lodged numerous false allegations against him in his building and threatened to publicize their lies, and Mr. Powell filed a lawsuit against them. To further defend himself, the landlord provided a sworn declaration from a female tenant who lived in his building for more than 20 years and unmistakably communicated that she has no plans to move. In the filing obtained by the Daily Mail, the woman claimed that she met Banks and Martin in 2024 and had several meetings and informal get-togethers with them, where the supermodel allegedly never indicated to her that she was unhappy with her or the other residents living in the building, or that she expected them to move out. Powell is seeking a total of $2,831,331 for costs, including past due rental payments, accelerated rent, late fees, accrued interest, and attorney fees. He is apprehensive that he will receive any funds despite a potential ruling in his favor, though, because his court docs allege that Banks and Martin said they would avoid liability by shifting blame onto their company, which they claim has no assets. Child, why you pulling a Nicki Minaj with that whole thing of you supposed to pay that man that money for you putting paws on him? You know, the one from the security guard. And it's like, you supposed to pay the money, whatever, you ain't paid it. Why you pulling that same stuff? In the motion to dismiss, Banks and Martin have already argued that the America's Next Top Model alum is a stateless person as she resides in Australia, and therefore the D.C. court does not have jurisdiction and must dismiss the case. Her lawyer revealed that Banks decided to relocate to Australia, as that is where Smiles and Dreams flagship store and production facility is located. The attorney added that the move was later reinforced by the destruction of Banks's former home in the January 2025 Palisades wildfires. But yeah, I remember hearing that she moved to Australia. As such, Ms. Banks considers Sydney, Australia to be her true, fixed, principal, and permanent home, and she intends to remain living there indefinitely. Well, look, it's summertime over there, so I can definitely see that. And Banks lives in Sydney with Martin and her. Well, I didn't even know they was a couple. Oh, they have an 8-year-old son named York, who she shares with an ex, Eric Asla. The former couple never married, but dated for about 5 years. It appears that Banks' new home has also sparked a personal rebrand. Aside from her ice cream business, the model also launched a new persona. In early December, she shared on an Instagram video that she was taking fans on a unique and weird journey, and shortly thereafter released. Okay, now it's gonna make. Now she got a song called Santa Smiles. I'm done. So yeah, this is all that's going on. Apparently, I just think what's going to happen is he not going to get his money. She's residing out in Australia. She's going to use that as an excuse. And unfortunately, if she was a bad tenant, whatever the case was, didn't want to pay the rent for whatever reason, maybe people wouldn't want no Spies ice cream, and it wasn't really making no money. And she was probably realizing that, you know what, it's better off to do a little pop-up shop than an actual permanent ice cream store, because people aren't really, I don't know, do people really eat ice cream like that? I mean, I know, crazy enough, when I'm at MSG and I'm working, the Rangers games, they be calling in, you be seeing people coming in eating ice cream. So I mean, ice cream is a thing. I love ice cream. I have ice cream in the summertime. Usually if I'm ever in the mood, I will every now and again have like ice cream like that I buy from the store. I'll eat that. But it's not like some big thing I must have. So maybe, I mean, because funny enough, I never even knew she had an ice cream shop. I didn't even know this about Tyra. So apparently, ma'am, pay your fare, pay your rent. She probably don't even need to, because at this point, it's like you said, the flagship location is Australia. She's focusing more on that out there. And maybe they resonate a lot with Tyra because she's an American import over there. Well, she's importing herself over there in Australia. And they like the idea of like, supporting a celebrity from America having her own ice cream shop, then Americans actually would want to go to her ice cream shop. Because we choose celebrities up here and spit them out. But anyway, so I definitely want to hear from y'all. What are your overall thoughts on the story? I'm sure it's not going to go anywhere. I'll definitely keep abreast of it as it develops if we hear anything. But like I said, she probably going to hide out in Australia. I mean, I know she comes back and forth, but for the most part, she doesn't live here anymore. She done moved. She lives in Australia. Her son probably gonna have an accent. So Yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your overall thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. Because they don't know what the hell they doing. That's probably why. It's like a lot of y'all try to get. It's like some of y'all are just be pretty. Like go in, work the runway, get your coin, maybe learn like how to invest your money, possibly get into real estate, like subletting your like certain buildings or whatever, and you can get money that way. But for the most part, it's like if you don't understand business, if you never taken like a business class, but I could have sworn Tyra went to business. Like, didn't she go to college and study business? I remember hearing her say something like that. Or am I bugging? Now Tyra knows how to put that ice cream on them. Yes, I know what you mean. Tyra is a mess. I saw she opened a store in New York recently. Did she? I mean, I may have to. I may look now that I hear that. I may have to go give that's I may have to go check that out. See what kind of ice cream she's giving. Who the heck is eating ice cream in December? Like I said, when I go to the Knick games, people be eating ice cream in the winter. And it be cold in that damn arena because we have to keep it cold because of the ice. But yeah, people coming in eating ice cream. I be seeing it. Or you since you said who be eating ice cream in December, white people. Those drumstick. You want to know something? Yeah. Here's the thing. See, and that's got me worried because one time I did buy like a little box of those drumstick ice creams from Costco. Oh, they be hitting. And yeah, they don't be hitting they don't slide off because yeah, it's like all that crap they be putting in there. She said it's hot ice cream, and she said she makes it okay. What the hell is hot ice cream? And you said, yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I remember she said she went to college. And I think she studied business. But clearly she don't know what she's doing. But then, I guess they say everybody who goes into business, eventually you get sued. All right, y'all. So now let's move on. And let's talk about Maga Minaj. So apparently, Nicki's on her bullshit again. This time she decided to go after the trans people while talking about Gavin Newsom. So Gavin Newsom, I guess, did an interview or whatever the case was, and Maga Minaj decided to pipe up and give her unwanted opinion on the situation. So, Brat star Charli XCX and Unholy singer Kim Petras have seemingly responded to Nicki Minaj's anti-trans comments. The 43-year-old Anaconda rapper has posted a string of what many of her queer fans are calling disappointing anti-LGBTQ plus propaganda. This has come alongside her support for Republican President Donald Trump. Wait, hold on, because I got to see. Hopefully, I still have it in here. But there was something that do I still have it? Damn, I don't think I do. I was looking for that Armand Wiggins comment. I gotta find that one. I have to probably go through. Oh wait, hold on. I could probably find that in a second, and then we'll because some people's like right message, wrong messenger, because a lot of people don't particularly care for him. I was like, I should have had this ready, and someone was telling me to look for it, look for it, look for it, and I didn't. Well, look, I know it's in one of my friends' group chat, but anyway, let me get to the story. So, on Friday, 12th of December, that escalated when Minaj criticized California Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom for expressing his support for trans children, which I would say there's so many things you can go after Gavin Newsom on. Trans kids ain't one of them. He said, I want to see trans kids. There's no government that's done more pro-trans legislation than I have. No one has been a stronger advocate for the LGBT community, Newsom said on the Ezra Klein show. Well, I don't know. See, I didn't really do my research on that because I got to look into that because I've heard that, yeah, you may have been very pro-trans in a lot of situations, but recently I could have sworn the trans community is mad at you because you've done some backpedaling in regards to the whole trans situation. And it left the community pretty much disappointed. So for you to say, oh yeah, I've done a lot for the trans community, but then you've gone off and you've done things that people would deem anti-trans, where I guess it was, I mean, is it the fact, you may have to remind me in the comments, if I'm not mistaken, it may have something to do with maybe gutting or cutting trans healthcare or something or another. You have to remind me what it is in the comments because I can't remember exactly what it is. But anyway, it said in response, Minaj posted, imagine being a guy running on wanting to see trans kids. So she literally took that and made it into something else. Because that's not what he said. He basically said, I want to see trans kids. There's no government that's done more. So he doesn't want to see them. He wants them to be able to live their life without judgment or ridicule, whatever the case is. If people are going to come in with their rhetoric, talking about, well, kids need to be kids and they don't know what they want. Yes, a lot of people, there's people out here, just because you don't know what you want to do in life, and there's people that are of age that aren't sure of who they are or what they want. What this decision this kid is making have to do with you? It doesn't. If somebody feels like they're trans, let them go through the proper channels of having to deal with whatever that is, the years of therapy, the hormone treatments, or whatever the case is, the things, the proper channels and steps you have to go through in order to have those, to be able for you to live your best life. Like perfect example where we've grown up. We're watching Jazz Jennings and what she had to go through as a pioneer that we all saw on TV, becoming the first child who we saw was born a male, but always felt that they were female, and what them and the parents and everything was going through, the reality show, going on Oprah. Because that was the first time I heard about it, was when I saw the Oprah interview. And so these are the people that you need to be having these conversations with. Cisgendered people should not be coming in giving weighing in on any kind of gender identity, especially Nicki, when people out here saying the things they saying about Papa Bear. So if you're gonna come up in here and talk about other people's kids and spewing transphobic rhetoric, can your child even talk? They still using spoons to communicate by banging them on the table or on the floor? Inquiring minds want to know. So, and she always using a goddamn Chucky emoji. That shit gets on my damn nerves. It's like, girl, do you even know what Chucky was about? Chucky was about anti-consumerism. The movie starts out where a mother tries to get a good guy doll from a department store. It's hard to get one, so she gets one from a back alley that's possessed with the spirit of Charles Lee Ray. So if you really look at the deepness of Chucky, it's about anti-consumerism, it's anti-establishment. But yet you keep using Chucky as your go-to when you posting it on social media. It's like, this bitch is stupid. And I said what I said. If any bars got to come here with some shit to say, oh, you'll get cussed the fuck out too. I told you I got time today with with a lot of these trolls. I've been cussing them out all throughout this whole, well, not this whole segment, but early in the show when I was giving my thoughts on Rob Reiner and Donald Trump. I had all the maggots coming up in my comments. It's like, y'all will get windmilled on too. So then she wasn't even done. She said, haha, not even a trans adult would run on that. Normal adults wake up and think they want to see healthy, safe, happy kids. Not Gav nots, Gav out, sending out. Okay, girl, what are you talking about? Send in the next guy, I'm bored. Her post was accompanied by an image of the Chucky doll, as I always said. In another post, just a few minutes later, she continued, Gavin is the cute boy who got everything handed to him because of how cute and sexy and hot and smoking he was. Well, some people could say the same shit about you. So, a lot of times when you making comments about that, when you don't even know the person, it sounds like you're speaking from experience. It sounds like you're pointing the finger at him, but the other four is pointing at you. That's what it feels like to me, ma'am. But here's the thing, they ate her up in her own comments, and I was cackling. One person said, imagine being a huge star with millions of fans who uses a platform to bully the trans community. Normal adults let other people live their lives because we understand that nobody else's body is any of our business. Absolutely. But this person said something that had me scream, literally. Somebody said, well, Felipe, shout out to you, said, does she know half her fan base is men in pink wigs? It's like quiet as it's kept. And I've seen a lot of you hoes pop up at the Pink Friday 2 tour, which I did work, by the way. Another person says, so famously, Chucky has a trans non-binary kid. Chucky would fucking hate you. That's what someone said. Another person said, I want to see trans kids. There's no governor that's done more pro-trans legislation than I. Well, okay, so is there a point in what you're saying? Like, you literally showing the clip, but you're not respond. Okay, whatever. Another person said, first off, there's no such thing as a normal adult. Hello, you didn't marry one. Secondly, and more importantly, why can't / should trans kids be healthy, safe, and happy? Shouldn't all kids, regardless of who they are and or how they identify, be treated as equals, be protected, and given hope? Then another person said, okay, because I was like, let me just go read. Okay, so I think y'all pretty much got the gist of what a lot of people were saying. So yeah, there were some people that were eating her up in the comments, and then also Kim Petras came out and said something as well. So they said, "Oh, look at M. Who's that?" They said, "Sitting here in that suit with the sneakers on, he thinks he's Tom Cruise. Only difference is his next mission is impossible. He should get another leading role." These comments come after a spree of Nicki voicing her support for Trump and anti-LGBTQ plus sentiment. However, Minaj responded to the backlash, claiming that her support for Trump's defense of Christians did not distract from. Yes, it does. When you have a president of the United States rolling back all kinds of things, particularly towards people of color, cutting all kinds of health care, AIDS research, pediatric cancer research. Like when you're cutting all these things, it definitely affects people. And I'm not saying all gay people have HIV or whatever, but a significant amount of queer people are affected by HIV and AIDS. Also, when you're saying certain, and I just can't. So before we get to Charlie XCX and Kim Petras, I know some people didn't like the fact that this was coming for him because a lot of people don't particularly care for Armand Wiggins. But here's what he said. So he wound up saying, I think it's interesting that so many LGBTQ, or as I like to call them, Leviticua, Nicki Minaj fans are upset now because she supports Trump. However, I've been saying for years, most female entertainers that we love aren't LGBTQ advocates. So why stop supporting her now? There should have been a question mark there. At the end of the day, she's a straight woman, and straight woman is in caps. You will always be a gay man. And that's why I said, like, I don't understand it either. There's a lot of you, for some reason, as gay people, homosexuals, we've been conditioned to automatically support the divas. Why is it that it's always our obligation to go in and support female performers? One thing, at least Madonna, she's one thing that's been consistent with her. She's never kind of thumbed her nose at her queer fan base. She's always been there for everybody, even before it was chic to do so. But at the end of the day, this woman's a capitalist, and I've been telling y'all for how many years that there's so many people within our that these women that y'all prop up, that y'all be inviting them to our spaces, and they don't any kind of woman because they've been showing their colors. It's like they love the femme queens and all the other stuff until you come out of line, then you every sissy punk and rhymes with maggot under the sun. When it comes up, then they want to call you out your name. Or, a lot of them know that we're a loyal bunch, so they'll come and want to work our pride events, take out thousands of dollars, tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars that they're paid to do these events, but don't even see it for y'all. Don't be really out here fighting for y'all. But there's actual queer performers who are making music for us that y'all pay them dust. There was even a recent article, I think from The Guardian, that Robert sent me, where they were talking about like how gay, openly queer artists aren't even supported, like the Khalids and the Little Nas X's, and the only one who's out here really, I guess, the exception would be Troye Sivan, which I saw y'all read him the other day. Y'all was like, damn, he got old. He's only like 30, 31. Yeah, he definitely looked like he aging like spoiled milk. Then he had grills in his mouth. I'm like, okay, so now you Madonna, like now you run around 31 years old with bottom grills, like you look stupid. And he definitely looked like you missed the moisturizer appointment. So I was definitely giving that with Troy. But I like some of his music. But yeah, you can't be like still have a twink aesthetic to you, but you look old in the face. Like that don't make sense. How does that work? Where they do that at? So um I'm not surprised by this. I don't know why anybody was surprised, but look, D.L. Hughley even had the shadier comment. He said Nicki Minaj shouldn't post anything about kids because her husband can't be within 1,000 feet of one. I ain't. It ain't Gavin Newsom. It's Chris Hansen. She should be worried about. I'm like, child. But that was funny. And another person put, "You cannot cancel Nicki Minaj." And then somebody posted the Grammys feel otherwise. So they were reading, they were going in. It was like a lot of people had a lot to say about this situation. But let's get to what the other stuff was. So following Minaj's public comments, they said Charli and Petras made statements of their own. Now, one fan spotted that Charli had unfollowed Minaj on Instagram following her comments. However, this also coincides with Minaj deactivating her IG, which she did in October of this year. So that could also be in with that. So I don't know around what time she may have unfollowed, or the fact that when you deactivate your Instagram, does like everything disappear? I mean, I don't know. I've never deactivated my social media, so I don't know. Then fans pointed out that Petras has seemingly removed her 2023 track Alone, which featured Minaj on from Spotify, saying one person did post this, and I was this close of posting it, where it was a post that said Kim Petras has taken out Alone featuring Nicki Minaj. Let me show y'all the picture. I mean the post. But I'm glad I checked, because when I went to go check, come to find out, I was like, someone told me, it was like, go look at Spotify. Go see if it's still up there. It's still up there. So for people to sit and say that she got rid of it or she took it down because of what she said, they said it's not true. Although someone did say something shady, I like to say somebody, this person, because I don't want to expose people with the shadiness. I'll expose me, but I'm not going to expose anybody else. So they went and said, oh, she could get rid of Nicki Minaj collaboration, but she couldn't get rid of that stuff she did with Dr. Luke. And I was like, well, the difference is all of her music was pretty much produced by Dr. Puke. So she wouldn't even have she wouldn't even have a library of music if she was to get rid of all the stuff that she did with him. So she got to keep all that. Well, we'll see what the tea is with this new music whenever that album comes out. Who knows when it's coming out? But yeah, the song is up there on Spotify, so I don't know where anybody was getting their information. I'm glad I checked before I posted that up there. Now, on the 13th of December, which was Saturday, the day after Minaj's post, Petras wrote, "Trans kids are healthy, by the way." Now, fans offered their full support in her replies. "Tell him, mommy," one responded, while another declared, "So glad you're standing up for yourself. It's disheartening to see such disgusting things being said from someone who worked with the trans themselves." Not only that, but isn't she also good friends with T.S. Madison? And I know some people was out there commenting, saying like, "Oh, T.S. has been real quiet." And I just saw her the other day. Y'all already know that when I worked the RuPaul's Drag Race season 18 premiere, where she was there. One person said, "Get behind me, Kim. I'll deal with the garbs." Because I call her trashy garbage. And then another person said, "Exactly. Stand your ground and protect all the young trans finding themselves." Another person said, "So glad you're standing up for yourself. It's disheartening to see such disgusting things being said from someone who worked with a trans, or say worked with someone who's trans themselves. You love my liver." Child, did you proofread before you hit send? Yeah, so everybody's in the comments about, "Oh yeah, girl, we will fight these motherfuckers from you." And it's about, wait, does somebody have the litigated gall to post source? Source of what? I just don't get it, because it's like, yeah, if you have a big queer fan base, they the ones that's keeping your career afloat, quiet as it's kept. It's like, yeah, girl, if it wasn't for the queer community, um, you would still not be getting that loyal support, because when I worked your event, it was a lot of sissies, punks, and non-binaries that was up in there. So for you to sit up here and act like that, you got real thugged out Kenneth Petty types showing up to your concerts and a bunch of cisgendered women, that's not your full demo. Because like I said, when I was up in there, a lot of the LGBTs was in there. So if you're gonna be showing your ass, I guess you're gonna run over to Cardi, who ain't never said nothing negative about the LGBTs, by the way. In fact, she considers herself to be one of us. And I do believe it, because them strippers, y'all be doing all kinds of crazy shit. So I say all this to say, What do you guys think of this story regarding the latest on Nicki Minaj coming after the trans show? I'm like, are y'all bored? Like, y'all just be coming after marginalized people. I just don't understand marginalized people who come after other marginalized people. Like, we should all have an understanding of, like, if we're discriminated against, why would you want to discriminate against these other people over here? Do you think that discriminating against them exempts you or takes the weight off of you being discriminated against because of whatever your situation is? Because being, there are black queer people, so you got two strikes against you. And I know people hate trying to equate that, but I'm like, discrimination is discrimination. If somebody's discriminating against you, we should have empathy for other people instead of just only thinking about ourselves. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. Whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. I was like, I had to close that window for a second. All right, y'all. So now I saw we had a lot of comments. I saw somebody talking about they run the internet scam. You can run these nuts in your mouth. How about that? Um, he said it's never too cold for ice cream. I would eat Carvel ice cream cake. No, mm-mm. Well, Carvel, yeah, I do like Carvel. I can't lie about that. I do like ice cream. Sometimes I will eat ice cream in the winter, but if I'm in my house eating it, that's one thing. Or sometimes I do get ice cream cravings. She mentioned going to Harvard when she had a talk show. Yeah, that's what I remember. I also had ice cream birthday cake a few months ago, but I wouldn't eat it again. I'm loving how through all the years, so many people bashed me about Nicki that I called the outfit. Well, it it's lonely being, right. Did you see that Team Newsom account on Twitter posted about California? Oh yeah, I did. And I forgot to add that into the thing. I had a cackle with that. As do I. Where it was like a link to which I already told y'all and I had a conversation with my mother about that again today. She's like, that. I was like, don't remind me. I want to go to my grave with that tea. It's like, yes, Uncle Dino. Well, cousin Dino, I'm sorry. That's not his actual name, but his father's name is Kenneth. We have so many Kenneths in my family. Yes, that's Dino is his father. It's like, I wonder well, we know that Craig will probably have more to say about it than her. I like TS, but I do be feeling like sometimes she be a little flip floppy when it comes to that line she tries to toe, being, in the industry. I mean, that's a line you want to take. That's on you. That can't be me. Like if somebody says something, I don't give a fuck if we was friends or whatever the case is. I gotta say what I gotta say. Gavin Lilly threw trans people. Okay, thank you for somebody bringing this up. Gavin Lilly threw trans people under the bus when he was trying to buddy up to Steve. Yes, yes, yes. That's what it was. When he tried that tight ass podcast and you were trying to sit up there and cuck to these right-wing extremists because you thought that was a way to get in and have conversations with, these incels. And then when you was getting clowned because of how disingenuous it felt, then you tried to backpedal a little bit. Then there was a whole thing about where people was questioning about taking APAC money. So now apparently he's backed off of doing that. So, because he's trying to run for president. I still don't trust the fact that I want him to run. Now, speaking of Kamala, I heard she's trying to run again. Ma'am, please don't. Please don't. You didn't win. There was a reason why you didn't win the first time. You're not going to win again. So, I mean, if you want to run and whatever, then that's great. And if people want to vote for you because you're a black woman, that's great. But if your policies ain't matching what I want at this point, because that's what I'm doing. I'm like, what are you going to be doing for myself and on my interests? I'm not voting for somebody because I'm not doing no DEI high shit. I'm sorry. If I got to get real um unfiltered with it, then I don't care. But yeah, I'm not voting for people because oh well, I've never seen something like this in office before, so that's what we need to have. If you're not willing to match me on where I'm at progressively and politically, then I'm not voting for you. Shit, if she not, I'll write in Jill Stein's name if she not running again, because she like Curtis Sliwa. She come out like Groundhog Day. Like whenever there's a political situation, she pop out of nowhere and want to run. Like the same one Trump was inaugurated into the White House. I thought it was just mad fake. So I don't trust him. I have had several trans friends, and they said they knew when they were kids. Look at Jazz. Exactly, they always know. It's kind of like I think when you're gay. I think we all know that. We all know when. Um, we all know deep down what we are. I mean, you're going. Some people know just like off rip. Then there's some people that's just like, I know, I'm not sure. I just want to make sure. So you're testing the waters a little bit. You start playing around with little things and trying to figure. And yes, there are some people that go through the transition, then they realize it's not what I want, and that's fine. People should be allowed to figure out who they are and what it is that they want out of life. But that doesn't mean, because this is where the advantage takers come in. Oh, see, they don't know what they wanted. They were confused. Da, da, da. So they're all like that. So to justify their ignorance, they'll jump on that small percentage of the people that are like, well, I thought that I was, but then I realized that's not a word. I kind of, that's not where my mind is at. That's not where I'm at. That's not what I want to do. And if they want to backpedal or they want to change up and switch up, that's on them. They have the right to do that. Yeah, I remember. I'm too waiting for T.S. Madison. But yeah, she got to do a fag tour, and they definitely got to bring that up. Because, girl, if you're going to be your silence, I tell you, that y'all can't do that. I'm sitting in silent shit no more. Because Sydney Sweeney tried doing that. Look what happened. Did you see what? Yes, I did. I did. Well, this is all coming out with me reading the comments after the fact. Yeah, if you want a tutorial on how to destroy your legacy in real time, just watch her. But I did hear this. They said that she gained more followers after what she said, probably from the MAGA incels, which I already told you. I hope you know what you're doing, because they're fleet. They're wishy-washy. You saw how they was with Sydney Sweeney. Like, oh, we got ourselves a MAGA Barbie, because the other one is too old and her face is literally melting whenever she gets on camera. Christy Nome, in case you know what I was talking about. So when it comes to Sydney Sweeney, she's young, she's got big tits. They just want you to be quiet and be a whore. Like, that's what they're looking at with her. And then they realize now that she's backpedaling, now they going in on her, and now they don't like her no more. And once you hit 40, they'll move on to the next pretty thing. That would have been a good question for me to ask if this would all came out around the time when I was going to drag, because I told you I had a little brief conversation with Nicki. So I don't think she'll change it. I mean, that's synonymous with her brand. She's sucking up the Trump. Okay, that's exactly. There's science behind why homosexual men gravitate towards women in pop music. I won't get into it now, but a lot of them don't even acknowledge us unless it's June or there's a new album. That is true. But I definitely am interested in the whole, why do homosexual men gravitate? I guess because they identify with a lot of like that tenacity, the fact that women are strong. You know, there's that strength that comes with being a woman, and women being put through the ringer, and at the end we come out on the other side triumphant. But you would think that you would be able to relate to a gay singer that would do the same thing, unless you got to be a little ambiguous with your music, I guess the only way to be a successful gay pop artist, you can't be chasing that. Number one, you got to be able to go up in there and just do your shows and have that loyal fan base, like a Frank Ocean, like a Omar Apollo, like most recently Conan Gray, who I just saw live for the first time. I was like, Okay, why am I getting emotional watching this little boy? I was looking at him, I was like, oh, you about to, oh, I know you a homosexual. Because he came all the way down, screaming out every word. He was holding up his phone, getting into it. He had to be about a good, probably 11, 12, whatever, well, maybe younger. And I was like, well, I know you're going to be gay when you get older. But he was into it. He was living for Conan. So we got him so the fan. And then security giving me this love. Don't do it. So, but yeah, he definitely gave a good show. I'm gonna tell you about that. Yeah, the working the Jingle Ball. Oh my God, it was so long doing that. I was literally emotionally spent by the end of that show, but there were some good performances though. I kind of wish we would have had Kylie Minogue close out here versus Ed Sheeran. I'm like, God, America is so boring with y'all performers. Last year we had, well, what is her name? Leifei. I did like her show. I didn't see Nelly. I went on break when he came out. I was like, I don't care about that old coon. Zara Larson gave me my life. I had to see her live. She definitely gave a good show. Yeah, I don't know when that episode of Jingle Ball comes on, but it was just a lot because I was interacting a lot with the camera crew and all this stuff because they were filming a lot in my section. Who knows? I might even be on camera. Y'all let me know because I was all over the place trying to be out of the way, moving around. It was just a lot. So they said the 10-year anniversary of Blue Neighborhood was a few weeks ago, and it felt like a pop. Oh, because of how long ago it came out? I know we don't fuck with her, but you know Kaya is somewhere. Well, look. Oh, speaking of which, what the hell was her name? Zara Larson. We just talking about. She said, "I'm not a Kaya no more," because you know she's not. She's got a hit on the charts. Cardi is another one we should be on the lookout. She may be bi, but we forget. Mm, yeah, we see when she gets angry. Well, you know, a lot of people do, but I'm the same way. Like I will call. I'm like real ruthless with my mouth when it comes out. Like I don't care. I will call you every name under the book until you walk away screaming and crying and wishing that you know your life was over. So I get petty at that point. But she's a Pisces, and you know them Pisces be too damn emotional. Oh wait, no, she's not a Pisces. She's a Libra. Who am I talking about? I stopped caring about Nicki a while ago. Yet. Fourth grade. Yeah. Look, when I was in the fifth grade, I used to get boys to take their dicks out. I don't know how I was able to do well, because I was a mess back then. I used to dare boys to take it. There was this boy in my class, Frankie, and he was like in the fifth grade. I ain't never seen a dick so big in my life. Black kid, he used to always flash me in the class. I was like, that's a big old thing. And it's like when you seeing penises at that at that age, when you in the fifth grade and you daring boys to take their penises out, yeah, there was a time to be had in you know, back then. Show can. And you said, I think, and it's funny how I remember his name too. And it's, I think it's because both gay men and women have been restricted of their autonomy and face discrimination on a social and systemic, or yeah, systematic scale. So yeah, I definitely agree with that. Is that we have similarities in a lot of ways, but we should also be conditioned to supporting our own who actually make music for us instead of being so quick to think, oh yeah, we should only support the women and just pay the men dust. That and the cliche tragedy to triumph. Kylie said it best. Nothing tragic about me, but tragic hairstyles and tragic outfits from the 80s. Well, she's always had kind of those triumphant type of songs though. Like she's had like anthemic pop hits and also her cancer diagnosis. So um for her to say nothing tragic about her, she may not consider that like we think that that would be a tragic type of situation, but it is tragic. It's a tragedy. It's something that happened to her. Yep, in the fifth grade, I used to get boys to take their penises out. I thought I was a mess, but in the fifth grade, yes, I was like, let me see your dick, and they be taking it out. Oh, the boys was crazy back then. But anyway, you know, they got all this emphasis on gay and F words and all this other stuff. But child, I was a mess back in those days. Now I ain't say I was sucking on them. I said I used to dare boys to take them out, and they did. All right, y'all. Now let's stop being. Let me start getting to my personal messy past. Let's get into some more homosexual news. Let's talk about heated rivalry. So I'm sure y'all probably already heard by now. The world is super excited because heated rivalry has been renewed for a second season over at Crave, which is the Canadian channel that it's from. And it was imported from Canada. And what is it, HBO Max? So I haven't seen the new episode, so I need to get into that. But congratulations to them that the show was coming back. It's been renewed, all the other good stuff. Unfortunately, not everybody is a big fan of the show, and it's rightfully so. If you don't like, everybody's not going to like what you like. There's certain shows that people are just obsessed with. I don't particularly care for it. I will say this. Oh, I forgot to mention too, when I did the thing, they had the K-pop Demon Hunters, and they were literally like next to me in like because they came over by the sound booth. First of all, I don't know the Asian boy name. I'm looking at him, I'm like, he's cute. Maybe like I'm looking all up in his face because it was an issue. We wouldn't let one of his members of his team in because she wasn't showing no badge. But she ended up coming anyway. I was literally reading his lips to the security guard because the music was loud. He was like, she's part of my team. But it was like, yeah, you need to show us an ID or whatever the case is. She had the badge on. She ended up showing it, whatever. But I'm sitting there looking at him, and then some guy asked another performer, I believe, when asked one of them a question, said, "Are you from Argentina?" or whatever. He was like, "No." So I managed to interact sort of with the K, because I was like, okay, y'all are all cute. The cast of the K-pop Demon Hunters. And one of the things was like, I never watched the show. I've kind of just like treaded off of it. But now that when you've been seeing these people and you hearing the songs, whatever, because those songs are really catchy, now I'm kind of interested in checking out K-pop Demon Hunters. So I may end up watching that before the end of the year. But anyway, I don't know why I brought this up with this, but I guess probably because like I was talking about, like people are so quick to jump on what's popular and trendy, and I kind of shy away from it. And usually when it's coming to a lot of the gay shows, like I still haven't watched Boots yet. And I've been hearing so much stuff about it. But for some godforsaken reason, I don't know why, I immediately had to jump in and watch the show. Probably because of all the talk about the sex stuff. So that's probably why I jumped on it. But here's the thing. Jordan Firstman, who I believe is a comedian, who y'all see here in the middle picture, in the middle of the center photo. Apparently he don't like the show because he said the sex is not realistic. So I was like, where's so it says, following Jordan Firstman's criticism of the Crave/HBO Max show sex scenes, star Hudson Williams and Francois Arnaud responded to the I Love LA actors' comment that their depiction of gay intimacy is not how gay people fuck. So he's saying, yeah, this is not reality. This is not how we really be having sex and stuff. And Francois is the one that's on the left, and then you have Hudson Williams on the right, because he plays one of the main characters. But the one on the left, Francois, he's another hockey player who is in the closet. And they did a whole one episode story on him falling in love with this guy that works at a smoothie shop and their relationship and how that all turned out. So it was multiple closeted hockey players on this show. It ain't just that the two couple, the two that they be mentioning. There's other people in there too. And I kind of sensed based over his body language, I say, are they about to do something with you? And in real life, I should say, Francois Arnaud is bisexual. He identifies as bi. So Arnaud asked this question in the Instagram comment. He said, is there only one way to have authentic gay sex on TV? Should the sex that closeted hockey players have look like the sex that sceney LA gay guys have? Williams took the high road on his Instagram story, but truly go watch I Love LA. Jordan and the cast are great. Child, you could have kept that. Because it's like, this show, don't bash him too much. I'm not protecting nobody's feelings. If y'all gonna come out here and say some shit and people be like, I disagree with you, and they're gonna get in the comments and say something, I guess, going in on you, like, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure that's probably what they were saying. I didn't read the comments. But to me, it's just like, here's the thing. The only thing I take issue with on this show is how unrealistic a lot of the moves and things that y'all do regarding the hockey is. You will never see a coach, any of the coaches on the ice. You only see the players and you will only see the refs. you will never see the coach on the ice. So when they had like little things coming up on there, like the specifics, the attention to detail, that's the issue that I was having problems with in regards of the show. Other than that, I do feel like y'all need to get a little spicier with the dialogue and the storylines and stuff. It's a little too soap opera-ish, a little too lovey-dovey. Not saying like lovey-dovey in the intimacy part, but it's just like I need stuff to happen. Like, where's the drama? Where's all this other stuff? I do have a friend, shout out to Karan, who said that he read all 6 books. I believe it's 6 books. He said he read all the books. He's loving the show. Y'all not ready for the next chapter in the book that they may base the next thing on. I just hope that it becomes like we get some of that. I like the sex and the sillyism and stuff. Like we haven't seen sex like this on TV since Queer as Folk. And yes, I'm sure like a lot of women are the ones that's watching this show. I don't know. I hope there's a lot of gay people out here watching this show because it's a show that is giving representation to queer athletes. And that is a conversation I definitely feel like needs to be had. Who knows, with the success of this, maybe we'll see a show about closeted football players, closeted baseball players, and really dive into that world. Clearly, there's an audience for it. Because in that comment, when they revealed that they were renewing the show, the series said, giving the people what they want. And yeah, the people want to see queer characters on TV getting representation. And I love the fact that we have a show that is not stereotypical queer entertainment, that you're showing the other side of the gay spectrum, which is, yeah, there are people who aren't your flamboyant stereotype that the industry loves to perpetuate, like we're a bunch of goddamn clowns. And it's showing that, yeah, there are people who appear on the outside to be straight, but they happen to have feelings for someone of the same gender. So they wanted to say, yeah, we're going for it. It's gay, he told Vulture. I'm sorry. I watched those first 2 episodes, Heated Rivalry, and it's just not gay. It's not how gay people fuck. There's so few things that actually show gay sex. Firstman later added that a lot of people just want entertainment or to see 2 straight hockey players pretending to be gay and fucking. Well, you do know it's a TV show and it's acting. And I'm confused. I'm like, what is he talking about? I mean, it's choreographed sex, as all sex is when you watch it in a movie or a TV show. So, what kind of sex do you want? I mean, the close to realistic sex, I would say, if you want that, I mean, obviously be porn, but even with porn, it's not even real sex. It's a lot of stopping and starting and posing and taking a position. Like there's a lot of unrealistic stuff that goes on in porn. So even if we use that as an example, that's a bad example. The most realistic way I'm show that I feel like depicted sex would be Looking. I know people found that show boring, but for the most part, the way they did Looking definitely gave realism in a lot of the relationship stuff, the sexual stuff, and so on and so forth. But Heated Rivalry, I look at it as a soap opera, just with hockey players. So I don't take it seriously. I'm not. I mean, it definitely gets hot watching the sex and stuff. But for you to sit up here and say it's not gay sex, then what the fuck is it? It's 2 men pretending to have sex on camera, pretending as an acting is what I'm talking about. So after Heated Rivalry's 2 episode premiere last month, Libidiqua fans have passionately taken to the show's depiction of gay intimacy and the adaptation of Rachel Reed's Game Changers novel series. Williams previously told Deadline, the sex scenes, we rehearsed them so heavily and we knew what we're going to do going in, that they're also a lot of fun. Yeah, it's a dance, added his romantic lead, Connor's story. So, yeah, like I said, it's all choreographed. I don't know if this guy's an actor, but it's just like, well, it says I Love LA. First of all, I've never heard of the show, don't know what it is, don't know what it's about. And it's not me being shady. I genuinely do not know anything about I Love LA. I've never seen it. I don't know anything about it. So maybe in a way, since I haven't heard of it, maybe this is a way to get eyes on your show because a lot of people aren't familiar with this show. So by you throwing shade at Heated Rivalry, which has become this big success, maybe this is your way of bringing attention to your show. So now Arnaud explained the deadline. They said they chose people who believed in the usefulness of these scenes to tell that story. I like that our scenes with Kip, played by Robbie GK, were showing another side of sexuality. That was the episode that Arnaud did with his character. Kip was the guy that worked at the smoothie shop. We're showing another side of sexuality, which is tentative and repressed and like role play almost. And it's just two people who are actually just giving in and the joy of that. So it's like, yeah, when they're in their bedroom, it's like, yeah, they've been kind of perpetuating this image of I have to be a certain way when I'm out at work or whatever the case was. I mean, trust and believe, I've had sex with a customer before. Yeah, me admitting that was once upon a time when I worked at a store. I encountered this guy. Um, we were flirting. He basically slipped me his number. He lived up the block from where I worked at in Harlem and went back to his house and his apartment, and the rest is history. So been there before where it's like I've come across a really hot guy in a store setting and we just had some old nasty sex. It happens. And you can expect things to just be, you know, I honestly don't know what he expects because there wasn't nothing added on to what he said, except he would just say, it's not, they ain't real fucking. Like when you say that, I'm like, yeah, it's not real fucking. Because they're not really fucking. It's a TV show with sex in it. It's all choreographed. Just like when you see straight people in a movie, they're not really fucking unless it's a movie that requires that. And there have been times where they've done experiments where they do those type of movies. Wasn't Nymphomaniac one of those type of movies, the one with Shia LaBeouf and all of them? Lars von Trier, I think, directed that movie. But anyway, so we're going off topic here a bit. Let's just bring it back. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all regarding this story. What do you guys think of this story? Do you agree with what Jordan Firstman had to say about the show sex scenes? Do you think that it's not how real gay men have sex? Or do you just feel like he's just being a hater? So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Ciao. There's a lot of comments in here. I used to kiss one of my male friends when I was 6. So, ooh, so I wasn't only a whore. I'm kidding. Knowing Sony Music public punished Zara for saying "fuck Israel." Her Swedish label was basically hands tied. Well, look, she just performed at iHeartRadio's Jingle Ball. So, um, mostly not you say. I was attracted to men when I was 2 or 3 years old. Well, we all. It's all wired within us, usually. Well, not all, but those of us who know. Nicki Minaj is a sign how the typical gay male needs to choose their gods more wisely. Okay. Not to think because somebody puts on a cute little dress and a pink wig or a colorful wig that they're an ally. Congrats to Kylie on her 11th UK #1 album and the thoughts of getting her first #1 single in 22 years since Slow. Take note, Madonna. Or, Madonna book TV shows, interviews, and well, she definitely needs to jump into the now and stop trying to think that she could do things the old way. The one thing I think why people like Kylie's adaptable. She's willing to learn and try new things and experiment. Madonna will try new things creatively, but when it comes down to it, she wants the old guard thing to work. And it's like, not everybody ain't gonna watch you do an interview on Jimmy Fallon and that's it. You definitely need to go on to do the podcast. You need to do the same things that Kylie's been doing. That Christmas song is cute though. That she came out with, like, wait till 2027 to tour and push the album as singles in 2026 so we can get a few hits. Yeah, because there's a lot of tours coming out this and next year. I just saw that Rosalia added a second date to her Lux tour at the Garden. I'm like, 2 nights, bitch. Yeah, exactly. Like I just said, she can do more shows than just Jimmy Fallon. Absolutely, she's got to go and do all the different shows. Maybe her kids could tell her what the popular podcasts and stuff to go on, or have somebody, a social media person in your department that understands like like to reach that audience, because there's a lot of like a lot of people say like, oh, she's too old, blah blah blah. There's so many young people on YouTube right now that are discovering Madonna's music and doing reactions to her songs and her videos and her concerts and all that other stuff. So she's reaching a whole new audience. Go do that Madonna Louise Veronica Ciccone podcast. Oh, Stefan will lose it. His name is Anyo Soap, who played the voice of Genu. He's cute. I was looking at him like, oh, you pretty. I was all up in his face. I also realized that I'm the same height as, because when I was on the floor working like right by the bench for the Knicks, I'm the same height as Deuce McBride. Wait, let me see how tall he is. And they knew it. It said Deuce McBride. They said he's 6'2". I'm like, wait, am I 6'2", bitch? Because I was like, when he walked past, we were literally like the same height. I got on my license that I'm 5'10". But shit, I must be taller than that. He said, renew it. Welcome to Derry for season 2. It is over. Well, of course, it's gonna be coming out. That's why I said I'm looking forward to. Um, they said Jalen Brunson is 6'2" also. That's why I'm looking forward to. What did I say? Crystal Lake, because the same person that did Welcome to Derry did Crystal Lake. No, I have not seen K-pop Demon Hunters yet, but now that I heard some of the songs and I've seen that cute Asian dude that you just mentioned, I was like, oh, I need to watch the show now. It said the Netflix show Boots has been canceled. Oh, has it? There will be no season 2. I'm in the middle of reading the heated Rivalry books. I'm on book 3. Well, that's Netflix for you, always canceling shit. I like Boots. It gave realistic portrayal of what the military can be like. Well, they got overcompensating us getting a season 2, so guess we got other things. Boots was based on a true story. That's why I liked it. I get where he's coming from, but at the end of the day, it's a fictional show. And so, hello, I mean, all shows about selling a fantasy. If you want realistic sex, then go have some. And so, what I don't like about these shows, such as Heartstopper, Heated Rivalry, Red, White, and Blue, it's too. Yeah, that, and you want to know something? I will give you that. Because Red, White, and Royal Blue did give very much Disney tease when it came to the gay experience. Same thing with Heartstopper. I felt it was a little too. That's why I would say it was a little too shoot, foo, foo, whatever the hell you say. It was a little too foo foo, and I need a little grit. I need a little danger. I need some scandalous. It's a little too like lovey. It's like when I said lovey dovey. I don't mean in the sense of y'all can be intimate. It's a lot of lovey-doveyness going on in the show. But you hit the nail on the head. It's a little too Disney in their approach. And it's got to get ugly because hockey is ugly. It's a dangerous sport. A lot of fighting goes on, a lot of aggression from the fans in the audience. I know I deal with them a lot. It's that Issa Rae had a show greenlit a couple of years ago about a bisexual football player that was based on a true story, but I guess it was canceled. Well, maybe now with all of this success, maybe now they'll open the door for that. Also, Love Victor already did the closeted athlete trope, but I'm sure well, actually, I'm trying to remember if I actually finished Love Victor. I like the first 2 seasons, but I think when season 3 came around, I was just like, I lost interest. Yeah, I didn't see episode 4 yet. I totally forgot to watch episode 4. Speaking of clowns, no, I did not. I didn't have a chance to watch anything, so I'm gonna watch that tonight, so that way. I mentioned that earlier. That's what I was like, but I saw the picture online of Richie giving Pennywise the finger. That's going around. I need a fic about an Ivy League closeted frat boy that came from a wealthy family who fell in love with a town hoodlum that illegally drag races cars for a living. Is that a book? I was like, that sounds like a good story. Maybe they determined that because look, you know these closeted frat boys, they definitely like a lot of these dangerous types. Well, I would definitely like to read that. This is the end of the book made me cry. So somebody actually wrote that. I was like, well, yeah, they need to develop that. The episodes are exactly like the book. If gay people read more books instead of each other, not read more books instead of each other. I was catching them on Canada's Drag Race. That's why I didn't watch Welcome to Derry last night. The only kind of reading most gay people know is things like, I think of you every morning at the. Was that a Roxy Andrews read? Oh, is he? Well, damn. Now that you told me Josh Hutcherson's on it, I might definitely have to watch the show. Oh, we would. Oh, the details about the sex capade that I told you all about. I'm not a fan of Jordan Firstman. The characters he played on both The English Teacher and I Love. Oh, I never saw The English Teacher. I heard they canceled that after 2 seasons. It's like I Love LA are annoying AF for me, so his choice of roles gives him no credit as a critic. Um, is he Bowen Yang annoying? And the other one he do that Las Culturistas show with, what's that white queen name? Matt Rogers. Is he on that level of annoying? Because some of you comedian homosexual comics, y'all be annoying the hell out of me with the way y'all be acting. I'm like, who are you doing all this for? Y'all be thinking being y'all funny, but it's like, no, you're annoying. Which is what I think like Madonna needs. She needs a record. She needs a studio in her house. Like if I had Madonna's coins, trust and believe, I would have a studio built in my house. And I would literally have Stewart there working on the tracks. I'm like, you got to leave the tracks here because it ain't coming in or out. And you would just have to work on it, you know, in here as it's happening because I don't trust these people out in these streets. It'll be fun to see her do an episode of Hot. Oh Lord, could you imagine Madonna doing an episode of Hot Ones? Her being vulnerable and eating hot wings and asking questions and cussing, which is what a lot of them do. Gay shows made for women were just a bonus audience. Yeah, we are a bonus audience. All right, I'll definitely check it out. That's why I definitely want to read that. Now, speaking of reading, I'm tired of reading some of these damn articles that I be having to read. So we are at the end of today's show. So I want to thank you all for tuning in to today's episode of Chris Hamlin Unfiltered. Honest asked me another question. Whenever you get the chance, I sent you a journaling manifesting technique I think will really benefit you in the coming year on the oh my god, I can't read today. A manifesting technique, I think, do I got a Nambioho Renge Kyo? I'm joking. It said it definitely helped me in my writing. That's what I said. Was it a Roxy Reed? Not just Cry Fast and the Furious. So is that the secret romance between Vin Diesel and the late Paul Walker? Because Vin Diesel said that he wrote a role for Cristiano Ronaldo to appear in the next Fast movie. I'm like, can you stop stunt casting? You've always done that with these movies and just come out with a script that's actually good. Okay, I'll look that up on the Twitter and whatever because I definitely feel like I'm noticing because I put that out in the universe. The times they are changing, the channel is growing. You saw all them trolls that came up in the comments today, so clearly I'm on the right track. And I was talking to a friend of mine who actually is in the industry and makes movies and shows and things, and he was saying, "Don't even pay these people no mind. Just continue to push forward and do you because that's always gonna, that's always bound to happen. Is that." People will jump in your comments and try to deter you from doing what you're doing. You got to have a thick skin. You can't be up in here, oh, these people saying mean things about me. I'm like, look, I'm taking the motto of what RuPaul says. What you think of me is none of my business. Also, I saw a story the other day. I should have probably did it for the show, but I don't even think it's that interesting. RuPaul forgot his own, if you can't love yourself, how in the hell are you going to love somebody else for it? And he started laughing about it. He forgot his own. But look, everybody had these singing moments. I'm not even close to Rue's age, and I be having singing moments. It happens. We all have them. Oh, I guess you've seen the show. All right, y'all. So yeah, that's the end of the show. I'll be back on tomorrow with a brand new episode. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for your continued support. Hit that like button, that subscribe, and that notification bell, all that good stuff if you haven't already. And until next time, which is probably in the next 24 hours, au revoir. See you later. And ciao, darlings.